7 o'clock in St. Louis, you are listening to TMA on 101 ESPN. It is presented to you by Brown and Crouppen, and you can watch the program and interact with other friends of the Feather at youtube.com/TMASTL. Download the YouTube app, and now the next thing you know, Doug, you're watching us and discussing with other friends in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. That's the TMA STL channel. Subscribe to it and see how cute we are.
Well, we are a bunch of cuties right here. I know that much. It's how we got our jobs in radio. It's our looks as much as anything else.
There are mornings when I think about just throw on the old ball cap, just roll out of bed. I'm like, no, people are watching. Yes. Sometimes you got to think about that and clean up a little bit, or else the Billy's broken toaster, but you look like a bum. Oh, sorry.
Billy's broken toaster is not in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat, but Paul O'Linney's gold tooth is, and he says, hello, ladies and gentlemen. That's not fair. I don't know that that's a he. They say, hello, ladies and gentlemen. That's Paul O'Linney's gold tooth, and he was picked up at the semester break in the 1993-94 Missouri team that went undefeated in the Big Eight.
It was a while ago. I know.
Well, that's his gold tooth.
Okay. We're talking 30 years ago, and I'm supposed to remember what he had on his tooth?
Yeah. Got to do show prep.
Okay. Sorry, I didn't get that.
Doug, so many things to choose from on this Sadie Hawkins, and I can't wait to see what direction you go. The Blues defeat the Colorado Avalanche to set a franchise record for wins in a row on Saturday evening. Why the Cardinals headed up to New England and had themselves some problems, in particular with their pitching. Oh, here come the doggies. There go the doggies in Kansas. And why the Battlehawks just can't be beaten with their brand new turf at the Dome in downtown St. Louis. John Shire, what happened in the final 30 seconds to your Duke Blue Devils? And my, oh my, Paige
Beckers
and Gino Auriemma have won themselves an emotional national championship in a blowout win over South Carolina. Oh, the little happy hunter, Brian Harmon, has himself a chance to put on some boots at the Valero in Texas Open. That's what you wear when you win.
What kind of boots? Cowboy boots?
Right.
You take the golf shoes off and put the cowboy boots on?
That's how you celebrate. You wear the green jacket here in 6 days. In San Antonio, you put on the boots. And for the happy little hunter, probably picked up a couple inches. I'm not talking about blood rushing into the midsection. I'm talking about lifts. There it is. That's a Sadie Hawkins.
Okay.
I think the boots is clearly number one.
I agree, and I didn't want to say that.
It's the most interesting thing, yeah.
I like a good ceremonial gift. I think it's Wisconsin-Purdue, Doug, that plays the old Oaken Bucket.
The Oaken Bucket.
Seems like
that the one? They got an axe when they play Minnesota, and then they run around the field banty with a giant axe.
Seems like a problem in this day and age.
Mizzou and Kansas, did they have football? Did they have a little something? They give away a bucket or something?
I'm trying to think. I don't remember that they gave anything away.
I think they gave away Mark Mangino's varsity jacket.
Oh, God, he had the biggest
jacket. Provided shelter for dozens.
You could have fit that thing around a Buick.
I prefer his bath towel.
Yeah, that was used for other reasons.
Oh.
So, Doug, there it is. I mean, the table's been set. That's the Stiefel dossier, in addition to Chris Kerber and Brad Thompson on the dossier and the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today. I can't set the table any more than that.
Well, it is a good discussion. You could go a bunch of different ways. I have to think the thing that most people watched was probably the basketball. But I think the lead
Jackson
for us...
just shook you off on that. Wow.
I think it probably is. There was probably Final Four parties all over town.
I'm not disagreeing with you. That's just bold.
But I think the lead is the Blues having done something that this franchise has never done before.
Jackson's nodding. What a moment. Jackson was shaking you off on the basketball, and he agrees that the Blues are the lead.
Yeah, I think
I call it the St. Louis concession. I've had to do it about 25 times.
The St. Louis concession.
Yeah.
Well, they're doing something that we haven't ever seen them do here throughout their history. It's really an incredible streak that they've got going. Playing very well. The Cardinals, as frustrating as that is, and usually when it's a toss-up, the Cardinals are the lead, but this early in the season, coming off a depressing weekend like that, I don't think it is.
All right. Martin, do you agree with the lead?
I do agree. As much fun as it would be to tee up the Cardinals, we'll get to that. Miles Michaelis is the new whipping boy. We'll get to that. I think what's interesting in this streak is they beat Colorado 3 times during this second half, not all during the streak. But that's a team where I was like, oh, my God, the Lance, McKernan, McCarr. They've beaten them 3 times since the Four Nations break, and everybody's doing something. One night it's Bolduc, another night it's Buchnevich. Friend of the show, Tomer.
Yeah.
4-point game on Saturday. He's just on fire right now.
Is he going to get to 80 points for back-to-back years, Doug? 4 games left to do it.
Yeah, and how much does he have now?
75.
I think he's good. I think he's going to get there.
Yeah, I think he will.
18-2-2 since the Four Nations break. Just insane.
And he is the top scorer in the league since the Four Nations. Friend of the program,
and
number
I think,
18.
he took questions on Friday. Seemed to inspire him for his game on Saturday.
I wondered about that, if that really led to him being inspired.
Their chances of making the playoffs have been upgraded to 99.5%.
Wow. Money Puck, Doug, which you have been ahead of the market on, and I hope you cashed in. Money Puck now has the Blues at 98%, and that's where you had them like 5 weeks ago.
Yeah, sure. And now they're up to 99.5%. Kind of the same percentage that Duke had of winning that game with a minute and a half left.
Or less, as the case might be. For the record, if you were planning on that June 14th parade down market after the Blues beat the Leafs, they are now plus 3,300 to hoist the chalice, and they are right there with the Devils, and the team ahead of the Devils, the Kings. And the Kings might wind up winning the Pacific. The Blues truly could, as you had that conversation last week down at the rink with Bernie Federico, Martin. Could play one of 4 teams. The division titles are up for snatch grabs, as is the 7th and 8th spots in the Western Conference playoffs. Blues currently 2 points ahead of Minnesota, but anybody could win that Central Division between the Stars and Jets, and anybody could win between the Kings and VGK in the Pacific.
The Blues are really going to be dangerous if they can figure out how to kill off a 6-on-5.
That's becoming problematic.
When the other team pulls a goalie, they always score like in the last 30 seconds or so. I mean, has that happened like 3 or 4 times?
Colorado is the second best in the league next to the Lightning as far as converting 6-on-5s, but it has become a bit of an issue here. And you're going to see it in the playoffs.
I wouldn't roll out their opponents pulling the goalie early in the game just to see if they can get that goal.
Or just leaving their goalies at home.
It is unbelievable.
So just go
without a goalie the whole time.
Wow, I like that idea.
But then does Danny Padre get on the cup if he doesn't dress?
For you, Martin.
Well, he's not on the cup now.
Well, no, but I'm saying if he doesn't get to dress, is he on the cup?
He doesn't. He hasn't dressed. He doesn't do that anymore. He's a common vending machine salesman.
As opposed
no
to a prominent vending machine salesman. You can get involved on the program. So many different ways to do so. 314-399-9646. That's the text inbox. 314-974-0101. That's how you can call into the program. Callier and Thompson phone lines. On those very phone lines, on the Stiefel dossier today, we'll be joined by Chris Kerber at 8:15, Brad Thompson at 9:30. And the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today, the morning after at InsideSTL.com. JV golf coach, self-made stay-at-home Ladue mom, Buck Swope, and Brian, all with 1 win apiece so far in the month of April. So you are still live to win the month of April. Email in the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Let's see. My buddy 50 texted my phone, Martin, and he says, Old Oaken Bucket is Indiana, Purdue, Martin, you asshat.
Oh, God.
That's on my phone, too.
Ouch.
So I had one half. Purdue, Indiana. Old Oaken. Well, maybe they play for a belt buckle when it's Purdue in Wisconsin.
Big old belt buckle.
Old Oaken Buckets.
Here is Jim Montgomery on what this franchise record-setting win streak means to him and the team. Here is the Blues head coach.
Hit the lever, Pale.
Well, me personally, not much, but to, I guess, how proud I am of that group in there to be able to overcome all of the adversity we've had this year. Whether that was self-inflicted by us, doesn't matter. We've overcome it, and just playing the right way, and I'm proud of that group for what they've achieved. And, Braden Shen, as this captain, has endured a lot, and he's really led us out of the abyss.
Okay.
Braden Sheen.
It's not Sheen. It's Shin. Montgomery played a little bit in the Kelly Chase event Friday night.
Were you pleased with his performance?
I was, especially pleased with Cam Jansen, who had 4 goals.
Yeah, how about Cam, Martin?
Late bloomer?
Do you bring him in with Holloway out?
You don't want to disrupt the room. How about that, Cam?
He looked like he could still play. He was all over the ice, going 100 miles an hour, as you would expect.
How about Chaser just being there, period?
God bless. God bless.
And then being at the Blues game on Saturday night.
And then telling the cheers to calm down. God bless that guy. Doug, you were in attendance at the festivities. What did you see from Puck Cancer? Saw Jamie Rivers on the ice.
At one point, Garth Brooks just walked right in the middle of the ice while the game was going on, which is a nice touch.
Kind of like a spring training baseball game. Did he have a reason to? Was he grabbing the mic? Is he just...
I think they were that was their way of introducing him to the crowd. Oh, look who's here now. Oh, that was nice.
Kind of like that mid-game. Somebody just walks across the ice.
Chase was there and talked. He looked weak, but, it's him. He's going through a lot, and God bless him. He was out there and gave a speech and brought a tear to some people's eyes, and a lot of standing ovations and people supporting him, and just a really fun night. Place was packed, as always, raised a lot of money. I think everybody had a great time. It's just a great event. You just wish they didn't have to have it.
Yeah.
But Chase vowed at the end, he said, I'll be back here next year. You can count on that. And that, of course, brought the house down. So he's doing great. He does look weak, as you would expect from someone going through what he's going through. But, he was out there, and it's probably what keeps him going, the fact that he won't just sit in the hospital bed and feel sorry for himself. Yeah. He just keeps after it, and it's probably the best thing he could possibly do. As painful as it must be for him, it's probably the best thing you could do, I'm guessing, just to not let it keep you down and get up and try to get on with as much of your life as you can. And that's what he's doing.
He'll be texting Caruso, hey, call Elway today. And Caruso's like, worry about yourself. You're in the hospital. He's like, hey, do me a favor. Dirks Bentley needs, call his brother and do that. And Caruso's like, dude, focus on your health. And he's like, I am, but this keeps me busy. So he's telling Caruso, hey, do me a favor, call Elway. And Mike's like, I met him 25 years ago. Like, yeah, that's fine. Just call him up. I mean, he does know everybody. It's unbelievable.
Yeah.
Elway was coaching?
No, I did not see him. I don't think he made it.
He didn't make it. Okay. No. I didn't hear Garth in the original lineup. I know he was here last year.
Yeah.
That's great.
Yeah, he was there. I didn't see Dirks Bentley, but they had a guy from Old Dominion was there singing. And a whole lot of
Was Braden Sheen there?
The current players were there.
He was there.
Yeah. Chris Chelios was there trying desperately to score a goal, cherry picking at times.
Were you giving it to him for cherry picking?
Well, he was. He was just hanging out at the blue line while the rest of his team was trying to fight off a power play or whatever it was. And then he'd take full speed slap shots. Everybody else was playing about 50%, 75%. He was desperate to score. People booing him just like always.
You're calling him out?
I think it was part of the act, but he never got his goal. And the Blues won big.
Yeah, Monty and Chase are pretty tight. It's kind of interesting how it all worked out. Now, Monty's here. I know he visits Chaser a lot in the hospital. And I don't know. Who is your coach of the year in the NHL? I mean, this guy, how do you overlook what they've done, Doug? Can you?
No, you can't. Do they wait until after the playoffs, or is it just at the end of the regular season?
I think it's a regular season.
They should wait till after the playoffs, because that's what you play for, right? There's other leagues that pick coach of the year after the regular season, which is crazy. The whole season includes the playoffs. That's what you play for, is to win the Stanley Cup or to win the Lombardi Trophy. You don't play to win the regular season.
Why do you hate the President's Trophy?
I don't hate the President's Trophy.
It really seems like you do.
Thank you, Jackson.
Saying if you're going to pick the coach of the year, wait until the entire season is over. Like, I don't think, did Berube get it the year the Blues won?
I don't think so.
I don't think he did, which is nuts.
But he was a finalist.
Crazy.
He was a finalist, Doug. I think they handed out, is it during the playoffs? So I'm looking back. I remember it being a weird deal. So last year, Rick Tocchet got the award in May. So it would have been before the season was even done.
Really? I thought they usually have the awards ceremony in Vegas after, like, a week after the
Like in the summertime, they have a big awards. But Rick Tocchet won the Jack Adams on Wednesday. This was May 22nd of last year. That's bizarre.
Yeah.
Well, he's got to absolutely be in the mix. I mean, Doug, I hope you don't mind me doing this because my Twitter is inactive. It's a gift depot is what Jackson calls it, but watch this. He has to be in the mix, full stop.
Oh, mic drop? Okay.
30.
Thank you, Martin. 30, that's right.
It does point out in this story, the Canucks were eliminated from the Western Conference second round with a 3-2 loss to Edmonton in a Game 7. So you lose in the playoffs, but then you'll pick up the award.
I would think Berube would get a lot of support, too, for leading Toronto. They're in first place.
They're having a great year, but there's so much pressure up there.
Yes.
If they don't win the first round, they're like, he's a bum. Get rid of him. It's unbelievable.
But if
That
the
is
playoffs
exactly
don't
right.
count, if the playoffs don't matter, and that is the center of hockey up there.
Right. No, in terms of the voting, yes. I'm just saying in terms of the fan base up there, their expectations are high, and yet they often don't get out of the first round.
They've about had enough, having not won a cup since the 60s?
67?
That's why the Blues are going to rip their hearts out in Canada in June. And boy, what a story that's going to be. Blues and Leafs.
Stop. Yeah.
Full stop. 30. You are welcome to give your thoughts by calling in 314-974-0101, Collier and Thompson phone lines. And, of course, text in, as many friends are choosing to do, 314-399-9646. And the YouTube chat is already active as the day is long. And it's only 7:16 in St. Louis on Monday, April 7th, 2025. Old Sick Paths is talking to Troy LaCroix and DJ Patty Cakes and John Scores and John Cusick, and that's fun. That's fun to see those
good
guys in there
times,
having a good conversation. Jackson, what else can you tell the audience is coming up on this Stiefel dossier for Monday's Morning After, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen?
Well, boy, I mean, you listed off all the sporting events that happened over the weekend. So much to break down.
What about Cardinals Corner?
Cardinal Corner, yeah, that comes to you quickly.
What's the lead? LEDE.
That's right.
I don't like that
More
at
Blue
all.
Note discussion.
Tim, there's also a college basketball corner. That's not until
So many
8,
corners.
Not until 8-2.
Yeah, it's like a hexagon.
This Jackson, Martin, you need to know this because this is good for your alliance. I mean, the key to a good alliance when it gets down to it is your cash position, and you guys are liquid AF because Jackson on the spread zone is now 11-1.
Whoa.
11-1. He's a college basketball sharp. He gave you Florida and the under, and he gave you Houston and the over 4-0 this weekend. This guy's a sharp, and your cash position in that alliance is strong, even though I observe the alliance personally as being weak. Cash position strong, Doug, and that's because little Jackie Papers is a sharp.
Thank you, Tim. Yeah, I've been seeing the board real well in the last week or two. No doubt about it.
Did you pick Duke to lose?
In fairness, I picked Houston to cover, which is just kind of it. But I did say they would.
Did you cash your ticket or not?
Yeah.
Did you bet the money line on Houston?
No.
No. But did you bet the money line on Duke?
No.
That's right. Did you take Houston in the points?
I did.
There. Cashed 4-0.
Yeah. Full stop.
Yes.
Full stop.
Stop this full stop nonsense.
We'll hopefully keep the ball rolling today. Try to pick the national champion. Probably gonna go Florida. You know,
Really?
dance with the one that brought you there. Yeah, that is too good.
What's the number?
3-ish?
I would guess it's 4.
I'm gonna say 3.5 sounds right, but yeah, I bet it's
What are you
in the
gonna?
middle, right in the middle.
I don't know.
3 and 3/4.
Wow,
I think Houston will
basically
probably
a pick 'em.
win.
It's a 1-point spread.
Wow.
Florida -1.
Except for Walter Clayton Jr., Florida can't hit a free throw.
Got to hit your free throws.
They can't
have
aim.
to.
They can't.
They struggled in the Auburn game, but I like the Gators. And then someone, I don't know who, set the all-time goals record in the NHL. That will probably be discussed.
You don't know
Oh,
who?
boy. No.
You don't know who just set the
No.
all-time record for goals?
Of course I do.
No.
Ovi.
Okay.
He's been like the best player in all of hockey since I was became conscious of sports. Truly.
Best goal scorer.
Shot at 87 out of nowhere.
Him and Sid and Ovi were like
And
the two
Vitali's
best.
calling in as we speak.
Vitali be third.
Okay.
McDavid has probably been better the last couple
Behind
years.
Vitali.
Yeah, sure, behind Vitali.
Yeah. Yes. So that, Mad Dog Russo's upset. It's always a pleasure.
What's he upset about?
Stephen A. Smith. So we have so much to get to.
So much watched yet.
So little time.
So little time.
Jackson's
Gene
doing
Wilder.
a great job of not yelling out that the lead is White Lotus. Stay strong, Dawson. That's from Arbor Day. And Martin, I know you're new here. Some of the TMA listeners have referred to Jackson as Dawson, James Vanderbeek's character on Dawson's Creek, because of his love of film, just like Jimmy Vanderbeek, who, of course, co-starred with Pacey.
Yeah.
I've
I got
heard you
about half of
referred
that.
to as Dawson.
Arbor Day.
What series was it? What season
Dawson's
or
Creek?
episode?
Katie Holmes,
Right.
Michelle Williams, Doug. Who else was on Dawson's?
I just don't know.
What channel was that even on? Was that an
That was
CW
Rich School's
vehicle.
WB.
Oh, was it? The WB. Wow. What a time to be alive.
Hey, Rich, you got sports? Well, just run a rerun of that Dawson show.
Instead of the 4 o'clock?
Yeah.
So many. I mean, I don't even know. Is 4 hours enough today, Doug?
No, let's stay longer.
All right, we'll go longer today on the program. Get involved. So many different ways to do so, and you can participate with all of the friends gathered at youtube.com/TMASTL. 218 friends of the Feather have gathered here on the TMA STL chat. And, of course, you got 101 ESPN and the 101 ESPN app. The program is presented to you by Brown and Crouppen, online at brownandcrouppen.com, 314-222-2222. If you are in need of personal injuries service and personal injury attorneys, Brown and Crouppen is local. They've been in the St. Louis area since their founding in 1979. They are committed to the St. Louis community. And you've heard Andy Crouppen, his father, Terry Crouppen, and Ed Herman on this program, usually every Tuesday, talking it over about a wide variety of legal topics. Always great to get their perspective and their love of the region. It's Brown and Crouppen, online at brownandcrouppen.com, or call 314-222-2222. Remember, the choice of an attorney is an important decision and should not be based solely on advertisements. Blues, Cardinals, Doggies, Battlehawks, White Lotus, Ovechkin, Page.
Beckers.
Jackson's going to release 2 5-star plays on the total and the side, and he's going to improve to 13-1 since the Sweet 16. It's all happening on the Morning After, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. Cardinals at Fenway Park.
Could have won the opener yesterday.
What makes you say that?
Well, they had 4-2 in the ninth.
Okay. Then what happened?
Helsley walked 4. 4. That's not like him. That's not Hell's Bells.
The risk, as Buster only pointed out quite often, and Ken Rosenthal for that matter, during the offseason, in the Cardinals not doing what they both thought they were going to do, and then as the season approached, it was trading Helsley, is that should he experience what we have seen happen often with closers is their stock drop, is when the trade deadline would approach in July, he would not be nearly as attractive as he would be in the off season.
Right. He was about the best reliever in the game last year, so it would have been an interesting time to move him. Good time to move him, probably. But this is one hiccup for him. He's pretty good in his other appearances so far this year.
Hell's bells coming in stopper style. Lights turn red, B-fib go wild.
Oh, the
He had
B-fib
31
wild.
straight. Remember that last year? He blew the save opening day and then had 31 straight. He's largely good, but boy, when a closer blows it, it's just so defeating. Even though it's going to happen a handful of times, just felt like that loss led into Sunday. And you knew Sunday night they were going to get hammered. I just, after that bad loss, just said, okay, who's pitching? Oh, Michaelis. Oh, they're going to get hammered. And boy, did they get
On
hammered.
national television.
Yeah, that was fun.
The Tam Avenue Capital Partners got together yesterday afternoon after the ninth inning debacle in Game 1 and said we evaluated the pitching matchups for the nightcap.
Sure you did. Yeah.
And said the run total over is probably going to be a really nice play for people to. Doug, I don't know if you doubled your bankroll or
I
not.
didn't bet on it.
But 25 runs in the nightcap.
And the over-under was, what, 23?
The over-under on yesterday, depending on where I have a high school bookie myself, was 8.5.
Well, Michaelis took care of that by, what, early third?
His line was 2 2/3, 11 hits and 9 runs in 2 2/3.
I saw the stat where he had 81 pitches and 2 were swing and miss. It's almost impossible.
The Cardinals are who we thought they were!
Hey, come on.
It's from the 618.
Graceffa wasn't much better. 3 innings,
No.
9 hits, 7 runs.
And I was screaming to put him in earlier. I'm like, what are we waiting for? I mean, if Graceffa's here as your 27th man, he's probably there for this situation. And Michaelis was just horrible. Soft contact, probably. But just horrible.
Soft, in parentheses, soft contact probably.
Put in Graceffa. Say you're going to go the next 4 or 5 innings, see what you can do. I mean, you knew, and then they bring Michaelis out in the third inning, and then it got worse. I think if you hold it to 6, you got a shot in that game. And they just, put him out there. I know there are nights when you got to eat it, but you had a guy there for that reason, a fresh arm. And then granted, he wasn't any good, but I would have put Graceffa out there to start the third. You'd seen enough from Michael. That's the part that I never understand. These guys work hard all day, watch all the tape, all the film, and the beer vendor knows when the pitcher should come out. And then dugouts will just trot a guy back out there.
Right.
Let's call this a wrap.
And Devers, he started the year, 0 for 20 or so for 25. Every time he swung the bat, he hit it off the green monster somewhere.
When Helsley had in 3-2 it was 3-2, bottom of the ninth, bases loaded. Devers could have done the Arozarena step out before the ball's released. That was a ball the entire way. He was not throwing a strike there.
What did he have? 1-2?
frustrating.
Did he have 1-2 or 2-2? Got squeezed on maybe the second ball.
Yeah, he got a pitch. He got a pitch clock violation. I thought it was pretty shrewd of Marmol to step out and complain just to give him a second to breathe.
It's specific to Game 1 because there really wasn't a whole lot to discuss outside of Michaelis in Game 2. You come out of that series considering you gave up 36 runs and you go 1-2, and man, it just feels a hell of a lot different than going 0-3 and giving up 36 runs, having your pitching staff already was spent as it was, and now you come off that doubleheader and you go straight into a series against a team that you would like to think would be a series win at the least, if not a sweep, and now you're fighting for it here. So the Cardinals were up 4-2 after Pies doubled the center, both Wynn and Scott score, and then they get to the ninth inning, and Helsley in, and you're sitting there thinking, all right, worst case scenario, you split the doubleheader and you get out of Fenway with one, and instead it just becomes an absolute debacle. Story, Abreu, and Wong all walk, and then more where that came from as he winds up walking in. The runs 4-4, and then it heads to extra innings, and the Cardinals aren't able to do anything. Plus, in addition to that, Herrera leaves. Now, the Cardinals are putting him on the IL, and the way he left, it looked rougher than they're saying it is. They're not expecting it to be a long stay on the IL. However, Cardinal fans of approximately the last quarter century will approach that news with great skepticism because we've heard that before.
Well, I don't know if they would ever use Contreras behind the plate again. He's not a slick fielding first baseman.
What makes you say that?
His error there cost him a run and possibly the game.
Okay.
Yeah, they're in a little bit of trouble. I would think about the worst feeling you could have in baseball is blowing a save like that. It's not the worst thing you do, and it's understandable. Things are going to happen. But when your teammates build up a lead and hand the ball to you, and you walk a bunch of people and just give it up, it has to be really tough to go back in the locker room and know that everyone else around you was about to win the game, and what you did caused them to lose.
Yeah, I think
that has to hurt.
One thing to just get hit left and right, but to walk in, guys, that's probably even more deflating.
And then you go into the clubhouse and say, oh, man, we got another game.
Yeah.
When? Oh, in an hour.
Can't wait to sit around for 4 hours waiting to play that one.
Yeah.
They faced Skeens and Keller in Pittsburgh. In what world were they ever going to win a series?
Hey, don't
I hate paper straws.
I hate paper straws.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of paper straws.
So you're on board with the name.
Yeah,
it's the take.
Yeah, it'd be tough to win the next two, too.
So they're 1-5 in their last 6. They are still hitting National League record. 9 games to start the season with double digits in hits, a new National League record. Brownie, save us.
Brett. So the Cardinals, as far as run total, Martin, you like where they are, but as far as runs allowed, you don't like where they are. Would you?
I think that's fair.
That's fair. So the Cardinals so far this season have scored what is one of the top run totals in all of baseball. They have scored 62 runs. That's 4th best in baseball, but they have allowed the 3rd most runs, 61 runs, and that is the 3rd worst in the game. Only the Brewers and A's, and I think Nestor Cortez was responsible for half those in his stop in New York.
Yeah.
Cardinals are calling up, according to Derek Gould, the replacement for Herrera is Yoel Pozo?
Doug, that's correct, right?
I think we all know
Confident in that first name pronunciation?
I don't know.
There's an N in there. Is it Yonel, maybe?
I thought it was, well, according to Derek Gould, it's Yohel. I could probably look up the roster. Yohel, according to Derek. Pozo, P-O-Z-O, not the Pobo. That would be John Mozeliak. Was Pozo on the show, Tim? I don't remember that sit-down with Yoel.
Sit down on that one.
Pozo Cardinal.
Wait, so you're telling me after 3 wins against the Cheeks Twins that we're not about to win 12 and 25? This team sucks!
Hey.
Fire everyone!
No.
That's from Little Tommy Tribbins. And Martin, I don't know if you've seen him out in the parking lot. He drives around on a little tricycle. He lives in the neighborhood to the north.
Well, I think most people were concerned about the Cardinal hitting coming into the season, don't you? That was the area where we thought, well, if they're going to have trouble scoring runs. At least I thought that.
Well, who was excited about the rotation?
Well, not many, but didn't think it'd be this
The
bad.
thing that was encouraging through the first round through the rotation was the rotation looked good. Again, that was against the Twins and the Angels. The problem for the Cardinals is they weren't really able to capitalize on that to the level that you would have thought, considering the rotation gave them 5 pretty damn good starts, but then they botched the first 2 against the Angels. there was real opportunity for them to start this season 6-0, and you knew it was going to get tough with back-to-back weekend series against the Red Sox and coming up this weekend, the Phillies. That'll put the offense to the test when you're facing the caliber of pitching you're going to face from the Phillies. And then, of course, both teams have some pretty damn good lineups. And you saw that with the Red Sox getting 36 in 3 games.
Well, if we can just get hot.
No, a little early for that.
Martin, you're not on board with taking that baby? You like the UFL baby, you like the NHL baby, and those are our focal points for babies.
I think the fact that Wynn started to hit a little bit before he really got buried, as bad as he was at the beginning, I mean, he's hitting 242. Which
4 hits yesterday.
Which is about the league average now. So he has kind of dug himself out quickly, because I was worried if he started to really get buried, how a young guy is going to handle it. And then Walker's hitting. Not a ton of power, but Walker's hitting. So there's a couple of guys you can look at in the lineup. I mean, losing Herrera stinks because he was about your best power hitter for a minute. But then Pies came in. That's what really sucks. He had 2 huge hits. 0-2, the ground rule double to right was on an 0-2 2-out pitch. The other hit he got to put him ahead was on a 2-out pitch. So... But you go to Pittsburgh and nobody's playing better than the Pirates.
Right. Did you see the ball that Sajaci hit in the 9th? He may not have hung with the game while it was 18-3.
It went out of Fenway.
Yeah.
Hammered it.
Gosh, I had no idea he had that kind of power.
How about when Walker caught the ball that would have been a home run? The fans were hopping and he was even laughing. I guess when you lose that game, it's a little easier on you than the one prior.
Yeah.
Because you're just like, whatever, we just got our teeth kicked in.
Yeah.
This is a Battlehawks town now. Why the hell are we talking about a soon-to-be last-place ball club? That's from Big Tuft. And you have to acknowledge that more people went to the Battlehawks game than any other team in St. Louis.
Got another win. This Manny Wilkins don't play now. He don't play.
Clip that off.
32,000 plus on
That's
a
right.
Sunday night.
And to me, the lead is how nice the turf looks.
Yeah. And the fans were so loud, the other team couldn't hear the signals. Yeah. It's hard to believe. Bengals come home.
Self-made stay-at-home Ledoux mom's not happy with Martin, but I don't know about what. Great take, Martin. Let's take a look at the open tabs on my phone. Kilcoyne, that's from the self-made stay-at-home Ledoux mom, and I don't know what take she's not happy with, but whatever it was, she's not happy.
I think because I was pleased with Wynn and Walker. I'm holding rights because I do think it's notable that your shortstop, who started the year, 0 for 14 or 15, has turned his batter on. I think that's notable.
You're not allowed to.
This dude be bussin'.
Thank you.
You're not allowed to have any positive takes no matter what happens.
No, I mean, it was a lost weekend. It was embarrassing. And when I said earlier, Michaelis is the whipping boy, somebody said now, like he has been. But I think it seemed to... The intensity has increased. People just frustrated with the fact that they paid this guy over $100 million to go 60 and 59 over the last few years. It seems like they've kind of trotted out the same guys. ERA's been around 5 the last 2 years. Mm-hmm. And I do wonder if you got a guy like McGreevy, who I looked it up in Memphis, had a bad first start.
Yeah, he did.
And then his next start was 5 shutout innings, 3 hits. And if you have a team where it's all about runway, giving guys chances... At one point, do you say, well, McGreevy's, mid-20s. What are we waiting for? I mean, that to me will be the story. If Michaelis' next start is bad, you already know. They'll just keep trotting him out there.
Oh, yeah, he'll keep pitching.
Trotting him out there.
When you make what he makes, he's going to keep pitching. His ERA right now is nowhere near 5, 11.25. That's not good, even after just a couple games.
You give up that many runs, that's going to take a minute to fix that ERA.
Yeah.
I'm enjoying Cardinals quarter, Tim. We're ahead because Jackie was at 7-3. Look at us, Cardinals corner in 7-2. I don't see a Battlehawks corner, Tim. Do you?
Yeah, what's that about, Jackson?
Jeez. Forgot.
Well, I think the conversation starts and stops at the new turf. So
starts and
It's a
stops.
2-0 team, brother.
Jacob Saylor's 3 touchdowns.
Yeah.
Sure, absolutely.
Oh,
what do you mean?
Dog.
they brought out a new mascot.
Yeah, what about that?
Outstanding.
Uniforms look
Great for
pretty
this
good.
Carly from right here at Hubbard Radio was
Bringing the heat, as she always does. Not a Battlehawks uniform Mike Lover.
Oh, no.
Too much silver. We got what's it?
Doug, watch this. Silver and gold, silver and gold. Pearl Ives will join us in the 10 o'clock hour.
I feel like the Cowboys started doing the silver thing, and then every other football team after that just kind of copied it.
Who else is silver?
Carolina.
Detroit has a little silver.
Patriots. Detroit. Yeah.
Right, but if you say it twice, it doesn't count twice.
He said it once.
Oh, the
I didn't say it
Lions.
twice.
Yeah.
He said,
What about the team in the Motor City?
I thought the uniforms looked pretty good.
Jackson didn't.
not for
You don't
me.
like that blue?
The blue is fine. The blue's I like the blue a lot. I just wish it was blue and white.
Doug, delightful gentleman Lucan Baker, who's having himself a nice campaign so far.
No, you can't say that.
I'm sorry, he's not playing well, even though he's got an OPS of 955 and an average of 364. He got a chance to see 4 at-bats this weekend. Wilson Contreras, who's blocking him at first base, is hitting a $114 and as we approach.
That's a problem if your first baseman doesn't hit.
But you like the defense.
I don't care that much for the defense. Usually you can get by. If your first baseman hits a ton, you live with whatever defense he gives you. But in this case, his throw to second cost him a run in a game that they lost in extra innings. That hurts.
16 Ks in those 35 at-bats.
And they really, as a team, they haven't struck out near as much as they were striking out last year. The hitting is really encouraging because they have really hit the ball well.
You've said enough to get your right shoulder merit
Okay,
back.
when you give up 18, it's kind of hard to.
It'll never get old.
Kind of hard to hit your way out of that.
Never get old. Nolan Gorman got his eye back, then he went on the IL. So you lost Gorman and Herrera over the weekend.
And Holloway's out week to week for the Blues.
Week to week doesn't sound good.
No, it doesn't. Especially when you've only got like one more week in the regular season.
Take your shirt off.
No, we're not going to do that.
Golly.
Terrible take, Jackie. The Raiders have had silver forever. Cowboys always been silver as well.
No, I see those Cowboys throwbacks. They're white. They're like white and navy, not silver.
This uniform nerd needs to touch grass. That's from the Crystal City Clamhammer.
What does that mean?
Touch grass. It was raining all weekend. I'm supposed to touch grass. Sit out there in the rain, get a cold, eat nuts.
Battlehawks are the greatest show on turf, part 2. It's from the Total Package.
Did you like the turf?
Turf looked incredible.
Yeah, did it seem a little bit lighter than most fields?
Yes.
A little bit lighter green?
It looks great.
Yeah, it does look good.
Now, I have to say, I don't really understand the point of the investment, but, not my problem. It looks lovely.
Do they have plans to get another Mizzou game? I was wondering the same. While people complained about the turf, I thought we have a team that plays here 5 games a year, although this year it's 6 because San Antonio said, sure, why not? You can host them both. Wade Phillips was like coming to the Hill or something. They just took a home game and said, here, you can have it. It's fine.
Well, if they didn't fix it, then you know for sure you're not going to get anything. You're never going to get a college game or the UFL.
I think the attention right now is on the Bengals relocating to St. Louis. Doug, St. Louis, the odds-on favorite as far as all of the other cities around the country to get the Battlehawks, the Bengals, 3-1 is the number listed.
But if you were the NFL, if you were Roger Goodell, this would be the last place you'd come, isn't it?
For sure.
What?
I think this would be
Even
the
with
last
the new
place.
turf?
I think so.
That was a showcase last night for the NFL.
It is really loud there, but I feel like on TV maybe they're turning it up a bit. It was just blasting out of there.
Yeah.
Jackson, you were there. How loud was it in the building when the Battlehawks are on D? You could just I feel like it's a little louder on TV than it is in person.
I can assume that, yeah. This is probably.
So you were not there. I was just double checking.
I was not.
You were still reviewing the tape of Duke's collapse. You were breaking it down.
Yeah, someone had to.
See Jim Nantz crying.
Yeah,
See that?
I did see that.
Houston alum.
Oh, no, big time Houston guy.
Fred Couples' roommate. The Bengals situation, Doug, is up for snatch grabs in Southern Ohio. And the website sportsbetting.ag has St. Louis listed as the favorite to have the Bengals relocate 3-1. Austin/San Antonio is 7-2. Salt Lake City getting yet another franchise to relocate, 4-1. Oklahoma City, 5-1. Toronto, 7-1. Mexico City, 8-1. Orlando, 9-1. And Rip City, Portland, 12-1. Memphis, 12-1. There are your lists. Mike Florio wrote a column yesterday saying they should relocate to Chicago and split the stadium with the Bears.
Oh, come on.
What?
I don't like that. But this is the ploy that teams have been using for years to try to get.
I used to get to use L.A. L.A. is all booked now.
Yeah. Kroenke was the only one who actually made good on his threat to leave. Minnesota got a new stadium, and some other places have
Buffalo
updated their stadiums. Yeah. If I was the NFL, I would think Toronto would be a pretty attractive place. Huge market. Get more of Canada interested in your game. Slap them with a 20% tariff.
There you go.
I would think that would be a better idea than any of these other cities I'm hearing. The Cowboys will fight the San Antonio-Austin thing, maybe unsuccessfully. But, the NFL would go great guns in Austin and San Antonio. As football crazy as Texas is.
Do you think Clark Hunt would allow an NFL team in St. Louis?
He'd fight it.
Together as one, we can do it.
We can do it!
Oh, do you think there's anyone in St. Louis who would step up and say, sure, I'll spend a couple billion on a new stadium? Dave Stewart might have that kind of money.
Maybe if we pool our money together.
Yeah, I mean,
in this room?
Tam Avenue Capital Partners are pretty flush after that Cardinals Red Sox over. Yeah. And my Chan Kim top 5 at the Valero.
You can't think any team would actually consider St. Louis with the current stadium situation we have here.
Oh!
Did they just miss the 32 large at the Battle Dome?
Yeah. They
32
probably didn't
large.
They probably didn't miss it at all.
You see the Steamer, Stanley, is just proposed a huge development in the L.A. area for their practice facility with residential, like a huge complex.
Where in Los Angeles?
In Woodland Hills, I think kind of near
Hills.
Thousand Oaks, a little bit north of the city there, but a huge spread, like with kind of like the One Cardinal Way look, and basically the practice fields in the middle with commercial, residential, a massive proposal for the a long way from Earth City, I would say, Doug, and we're getting close to that. What's the date on that? Where he just takes over the old Earth City Enterprise.
That'll work great. People will be thrilled to see that.
Doug, we don't need a new stadium. Did you see the new turf? It's in the 314. How about that?
I don't think any team would move here with the current stadium situation we have. I don't think they would.
So negative.
Maybe if they had a pledge that we got a new one we're going to build and you're going to have to play in the Dome for 2 years, that'd be different. But I don't think anybody's eyeballing that stadium and looking around downtown St. Louis and said, this is where we got to go, unfortunately.
I can't hear you. Ram Rule 4. He goes down and get it, in trouble, sack. Every time we get to the quarterback, I want to hear you yell, sack! Pocket collapsing.
Oh, no. Sammy was about to heat it up.
Back again. Sack!
Ram rule.
We didn't even know how to watch a football game until we were told we're such bumpkins.
I have an email from a season ticket holder where Kevin Demoff wrote them back and said, no, so were my ideas and they were misguided. He was owning the fact that the Rams rules were his idea.
Had to be.
We regret these decisions that we've made. Telling you when to say sack. Remember when he was in the dunk tank? The CEO of an NFL team was in the dunk. COO, I believe he was.
God. 285 Friends of the Feather are in there talking it over. YouTube.com/TMASTL. It's the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat here on The Morning After, which is presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. And you are welcome to participate in so many different ways. Calling in 314-974-0101, texting in 314-399-9646. And, of course, emailing in the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Chris Kerber coming up on the Stiefel dossier at 8:15. Brad Thompson is going to join us on that dossier, and that is coming your way at 9:30. And then the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today, the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Design Air is online at DesignAirService.com. That's Seth Goldcamp and his team at Design Air Heating and Cooling, the longest-running sponsor on the morning after. Going back a decade, Martin, Doug, and myself are all clients of Design Air Air Heating and Cooling. Anytime you need any help with the best in the business, you go to designairservice.com. Doug, we are dealing with a potential frost warning.
Oh, no.
Yeah, it's going to be 31 degrees at 6 a.m. tomorrow per my phone.
Freeze warning.
But good news, I've got it as sunny and 70 on Masters Sunday here in the St. Louis area. So I think once we get past tomorrow, I think that will end it for highs in the 50s in the St. Louis area until probably late October.
I just planted some arborvitaes. Are they going to survive?
According to my phone, yes.
Okay.
According to my phone, yes. Design Air Heating and Cooling is online at designairservice.com. The name of the game on this program, support the sponsors, love the show, support the sponsors. Seth Goldcamp, longtime sponsor on TMA. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett, Chairman Kurt is handling the phone lines for you to call in at 314-974-0101. It's the Morning After on 101 ESPN.
All new in 2025, still a chance for you to sign up at Together Credit Union, the brand new high-yield checking account. It's called Empower Checking. It's pretty cool. You can earn above-market interest on the money that you keep in that day-to-day checking account. Interest is paid out each month. The checking account to reward you for your balances not based on activity. Pretty simple to apply. You go to togethercu.org or stop by any of the 14 local St. Louis branches. Together Credit Union, great story. Right in the shadows of Anheuser-Busch, opened as the Eagle Credit Union with employees there at the brewery. Then it's grown, and now around town, people can not only sign up once you're a member, you're also the owner of the bank. You share in the profits at the end of the year. What a great bonus for you to be part of Together Credit Union. And now you can take part in Empower Checking. Get paid to save with Empower Checking. Visit togethercu.org/empower for full terms and details. Membership eligibility required. Together Credit Union is federally insured by the NCUA.
This is Action Jackson with a Sports Center update. That's driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. Make it a dozen for the Blues. That's a franchise record 12 in a row after beating the Avalanche on Saturday. The Blues are back in action tonight, taking on the Winnipeg Jets right here on 101 ESPN. Pregame will start at 5:30. Puck drops at 6:30. That was another Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at Londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
Never in a funk. Look out now, these baby birds gonna fly. First place.
Doug, there is a request from multiple audience members to get the audio of the Colorado Avalanche play-by-play guy freaking out on Saturday night. And my understanding from emails and DMs that I have received over the weekend is that he was very unhappy with the officiating. And Martin, this gentleman is starting to become somewhat well known in the Blues community for being active in the booth.
Well, last Saturday's game in Denver, I was listening to Vitaly Kerber on the radio, and they were cracking up because they said, "Oh my God, our guy is going nuts again about calls or non-calls." And so I texted Vitaly. I said, "Send me a picture of this guy." So he sends a picture of Kerber like leaning against the glass because the Avalanche guy's on the other side of the glass, and they were just cracking up. And then I guess it's happened again. His name is Connor McGahey.
Doug, Connor McGahey. You remember his brother, Willis. And that was was that a Fiesta Bowl injury where Miami was up?
So running back,
down, right?
Number 23. I don't think they're related based on the picture I'm looking at. Just a guess.
Okay.
He's also the stadium announcer. He's the PA announcer for the Denver Broncos and the Colorado Buffaloes. He'll be hanging out with Marshall Faulk soon.
Yes.
But he's worked for the Steamer, Kroenke Sports Enterprises for a while. And apparently Connor McGahey, different spelling than Willis.
Okay.
Different
so
spelling.
Wrong about that.
All right, sorry. I apologize. I need some time away.
Apparently he gets all fired up when the calls don't go their way. Well, actually, Curbs will be on at 8:15. We could ask him a little bit about that, too.
I know, Jackson, you are efforting that audio because this is something, that many people said you've got to hear. I guess the 101 postgame show played it, so it really must have been a whole thing.
Oh, really?
Following the Jim Dandy on Saturday night.
Were there some missed calls that we don't know about or that we should have paid closer attention to?
I'm getting the sense that this is a constant anytime the Avalanche are losing.
All right.
It sounds like that might be the theme.
It's a referee's fault whenever things don't go well.
That's correct.
Okay.
But since his name's McGahey, Tim and I defend him to the hilt.
That's correct. Assuming he's from the Republic. I got to get confirmation. If he's from the North, I'll distance myself. It's just a matter of getting that information as well. You're welcome to participate in this program. So many different ways to do so. One of them is the Collier and Thompson phone lines, 314-974-0101. Another way is the Air Comfort Service text inbox, 314-399-9646. And then you got that Michelob Ultra YouTube chat where friends gather and they watch us talk it over. And 296 people are in there doing so right now, including Bobo Brazil, Paulo Linney's Gold Tooth, and the Hunter. The Hunter's in there.
I haven't heard the name Bobo Brazil in a while.
Why don't you talk with him?
He was a wrestler on the old Wrestling at the Chase show. Bobo Brazil.
He says the Cardinals lost 2 out of 3 to the White Sox last season with basically the same roster talent-wise. Why anyone would think this team should beat anyone is nonsense.
Oh.
It's Bobo Brazil.
Oh, really? He's still around. Okay, because this must have been the 60s I was watching. And he was probably 30 then.
Well, he is
pushing 100 years old at this point.
Ted Gann. Do you say Gann or Gann? G-A-N-N.
You say Gann.
He says, hi, Tim.
Oh, okay.
And watch this. Watch this.
You tipped your hat.
I think I doffed it.
Okay.
I think I doffed it there.
And I realize we're not in the college basketball corner yet. That's a little later in the show.
According to the Stiefel dossier, that's correct.
But didn't you always think of Duke as a program who gets the calls? Like everything just kind of goes their way. The call on Cooper Flagg was horrific.
Oh, it was.
Like at the worst time.
He was being elbowed and blocked out and raised his hand to try to get the ball, and they called a foul on him.
The Houston player had him like his arms like in a reverse hug, and he couldn't get like loose. It was kind of like Houdini trying to get out of the jacket, and like that's a foul. And I've never thought of you never feel sorry for Duke basketball. But if I was a Duke fan, I'm like, are you kidding me? They got totally hosed.
Yeah, I thought so too. I was wondering why Duke doesn't practice getting the ball inbounds under their own basket. I mean, how many times did that happen? Maybe you throw a screen for somebody. Instead, everyone just kind of ran around and right by the basket, so they were easily covered. I mean, this happened, it seemed like 4 or 5 times.
This is an example of the downside of winning games by a lot. They were in a spot where they never really had to deal with this year.
Apparently not.
And John Shire, following the game, I thought that was a hell of an interview. I think he won a lot of people over with that interview if you were watching following the game. And they got huge numbers for that game on Saturday night, huge numbers. And he said, I put a lot of it on myself. And Houston beat us. And I blame myself for not having the guys ready to handle that late game pressure. And they were in a spot this year where they blew teams out damn near game in, game out. And it showed because when the pressure came from Houston, they weren't able to handle it. Both the pressure of their full court press, but in particular, as you're citing, Doug, the inbounds plays.
Yeah, that's what killed them. They won virtually every stat that usually goes with winning games. They had fewer turnovers and a better shooting percentage, and every stat that you look at and say, well, this team probably won, except they lost. It was hard to believe. It's hard to blow. What was it, 7 points with about 30 seconds to go? 6 points?
6 points with about a minute.
Oh. So it was 9 with 3.
They went on a 7-0 run.
Yeah. He
got a 3, a 2, and then the foul.
Yeah, they got the steal on the inbounds, missed the 3, put back dunk, missed the free throw. And then that went down by 1, missed the free throw, foul on flag, made both free throws. Flag misses the
But
mid-range.
Duke just wasn't hitting anything offensively, and that went back to about the midway point of the second half. In addition to it, they had some free throw opportunities that they missed. And credit to Kelvin Sampson. He was talking post-game about their free throw training at Houston. They have to hit 150 free throws before they can leave each day.
It's crazy.
And he was going over the numbers for his team with the free throws in practice and how it becomes like something that is a motion that they're not even thinking about. Now, you can say that, and that's why you train to do it. And there's another thing when you're up there in the Final Four with 2 free throws and you're down 1 and hitting just 1 almost, you would think mentally would be an accomplishment to assure a tie. But they hit both. Cooper Flag goes down there kind of in the same vicinity as the famed Leitner shot. Turnaround, fadeaway. I don't like the fadeaway in that spot, Jackson. No. I don't know what you thought.
I thought it was a great look.
Oh, you like the look, but do you like a fadeaway? And it wasn't in the final seconds either. I mean, there was some time on the clock.
Actually, I kind of like going for a basket a little earlier, chance for an offensive rebound. I think sometimes waiting too long screws teams, but that's a shot Flag hits a lot. Like
left
that,
it short.
It's a fadeaway, but it's a fadeaway from a guy who's almost 7 feet tall. So it's a shot that I've seen him hit a lot this year. And that's honestly, it was a great contest, but it's the shot you want if you're John Shire. Your best player on the court hitting a semi-open jumper.
It was an awfully good look. He didn't come close to making it. But the referees tend to get pretty whistle-happy there at the end. If you just drive, you're going to draw some contact and probably get a call.
So Jay Williams was saying he was depressed following the game, and he said he did not like them going for the fadeaway there. Said, let's drive it to the basket, especially with him, and either have a better opportunity or get the foul call. And it comes up short, then Duke doesn't necessarily get the foul, and some time burns off the clock. And there it is. Houston hits free throws again, 3-point game, and it becomes one of the most famed missed opportunities in that program's history, and I would say in recent Final Four history, to blow a lead like that. And while I tip my cap to Houston for being down as much as they were down, how many were they down? 14?
14 at one point.
14 at one point in the second
maybe?
half. The matchup I really was looking forward to seeing was Florida and Duke. Yeah. And again, tip my cap to I think if those two teams play 10 times, I think Duke wins at 8. But doesn't matter. Houston, to their credit, was able to get it done. Duke didn't get the job done. Houston was able to not only get the job done, but pick themselves up and stay in the fight when they were down 14 with less than 10 minutes left. And you got to tip your cap there in a major way.
That also gives the Big 12 some major cachet, where you kind of, that was a league that was about to just fall apart. They kind of kept it together. I couldn't name every Big 12 team.
Don't even try. You'll get hurt.
Great basketball conference. And now they could win a national championship. Doug. Houston, I keep forgetting how they never won. Hakeem the Dream, Phi Slam. They finished runner-up back-to-back years.
Yeah.
Jimmy Valvano got them, and then Georgetown the next year.
Flag reminds me a little bit. Well, I think he's probably the closest thing we've seen to Larry Bird since Larry Bird. He's about the same size, maybe a little more athletic, doesn't shoot quite as well.
I would tell you Luka is a really good Larry Bird comp.
I don't know. I think Flag is all over the court, kind of like Bird was.
He's way more athletic.
Luka just looks like he's in slow motion launching up bombs that just go in.
Larry Bird, I mean, he was more athletic than people give him credit for. But.
Oh, he was definitely athletic, but Cooper Flag is, a monster. But he doesn't shoot like Bird quite.
He's a modernized Larry Bird.
Yeah. Doug, do you like when texts?
No, I don't care for that.
Don't bury the lead. Some dork on the fan page heard the DeWitts are selling the Cardinals to Kroenke. Thanks, that's from Big Tough. Doug, you wanted that to be the lead.
I didn't. I don't think they would do that. Build this ballpark village and then have the team move. That doesn't seem like a wise business move.
What if the ultimate turn is Enos comes in and says, "Oh, you're sick of the DeWitts," and then Enos buys the Cardinals.
I've never heard the man talk.
Enos buys the Cardinals and says, "We're going to throw all kinds of money at this. We're going to play like the Yankees in St. Louis, and this is I'm named after Enos." And then all of a sudden, he gives you the best chance to win. He says, "We're going to treat the Cardinals like the Dodgers and Yankees. My name is Enos, and I'm here to win."
I'd say no, thank you. No,
then what happens?
Politely decline.
No, thank you.
Then what? Even though all this anger towards the DeWitts, I can't sell you on that.
No, I wouldn't trust Stan Kroenke if he told me today was Monday.
Frank, how are you today?
Yeah. No, thank you. Not interested.
Martin, I'm telling you, why would Stan Kroenke have Mitch McConnell speak for him? That's the thing that I need to know.
Talk like that. It's a little bit of Don Imus. It's a little bit of Ian.
The ranch.
They're all kind of
Don Imus on remote.
All kind of lumped here. What's right? All you do is say something back in the studio. I'm telling you, the man had a nationally syndicated show that was also on TV, but because he was at the ranch and everybody else was in New York or New Jersey, 10 times a show, you have to start, "What's that?" And I'm like, how is that possible?
This is pre-Rutgers basketball situation.
I believe yes.
Guys, this is going to be the Kroenke comeback story. The Cardinals win a World Series and the town loves them. Doug, that's starving Marvin.
No, it can't happen. Even if they won the World Series, they'd still hate Kroenke. There's no way he can repair his image here. Nothing he can do.
Martin, what
will repair his image here.
percentage of chance will you give to this?
Actually happening,
right?
I'll say 2%.
2%. 1 out of 50. Doug, how about that?
And then I think Cardinal fans that's the ultimate dilemma. You're sick of the DeWitts. You want them out. Okay, here you go. You got a guy coming in filled with cash.
Yeah, what if he spent like Steve Cohen?
That's what I'm saying. If he came, I'm not saying it's likely, but it's
I'm with Doug.
No way. I'm not sick of the DeWitts. I'm not.
What if he buys the team and wants to move them?
Yeah, that'd be
that
what
would be a problem.
do. That's exactly what he would do. They'd be off to Nashville or somewhere. Don't trust this. This is a snake. Don't trust him.
Now, what about his behavior makes you say?
Because he was all about St. Louis at one time. Oh, no, I hate your town.
Well, didn't he put a lot of Jack?
How are you today? I don't want to hear that again.
He put a lot of Jack into this town, didn't he?
a lot of Jack.
What was that?
Speaks of like, what's that?
He's got marmalade stuck in his mouth.
Marmalade.
I completely agree, Doug. When someone shows you who they are, you believe them. Never trust Enos. That's Sharon, and she's in Sanibel, Clayton, Maui, and Michigan.
We're all in lockstep.
I agree, but isn't that a fascinating dilemma?
It's kind of a Sophie's Choice kind of thing, but if you don't stand for something, you'll fall for anything.
Jackson, Bennett, Burkett, Ledoux, class 16.
Yeah. There are other billionaires in the country. There are some right here in St. Louis that would probably love to own the St. Louis Cardinals.
Mr. Licks.
Mr. Licks.
There you go.
Well, I think Dave Stewart and Kavanaugh are our big hopes.
I think Licks has more money.
Maybe the Taylor family. I don't know. Someone who actually
They're all in on the
supports
doggies,
St. Louis.
Doug.
Well, they've got probably enough left over.
Rogers don't score.
No, they don't. They enjoy not
They
scoring.
played 7 games and shut out 5 times.
That's rough.
And yet, place will be packed on Sunday. They've got, they have the ultimate honeymoon. Everybody loves going to the old stadia, and then...
Don't say stadia. Did you say stadia?
That is outstanding. I like that's the Latin plural, and it's brilliant.
No, don't say stadia.
It's the NFL holdover. They would always talk about stadia as they were holding cities hostage.
Stadia, I do like that.
Yeah, we can't fix the potholes, but we'll take $1 billion stadium.
Mr. Licks has issued a statement regarding his possible ownership of the Cardinals. He says, I would support Kroenke if he agreed to fund my annexation of Warson Woods and help me turn it into the Gulf of Ladue. That is from Mr. Licks. So he would step aside from his pursuit of purchasing the Cardinals as long as Stan Kroenke would help him with his annexation of Warson Woods, and he's going to turn it into the Gulf of Ladue.
There's not even a body of water there, is there?
Well, when does a lake or pond turn into a gulf? I guess that's the big question.
That Deer Creek sort of cuts through some neighborhoods, and you kind of forget about it. Then all of a sudden, Kirkham Road is flooding. You're
It's
like,
like
is this
someone
Deer
spilled
Creek?
a Diet Coke. It's not much of a creek.
Well, it's flooded a few times, pal.
I went to high school. The parking lot's
I
right
know,
in
but
front of it.
It's flooded a few times. By the way, Mr. Licks needs to call in. Otherwise, Matt Holliday doesn't call into the show.
Right.
That's how we ended up with Holliday last week. Him texting me, who is this guy? And then we said, do you want to call in?
And then he joined us and talked it over. Chris Kerber is going to join us and talk it over in the very next segment. This program's called TMA, and it's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN. Moritz Reusch Jewelers is the place I recommend you check out online at ninjabling.com. That's Moritz Reusch. They have been selling jewelry in St. Louis, family owned and operated, going back generations to 1982, and their experience in the industry goes back a ways as well. Dan is 3rd generation in the jewelry industry. At Moritz Reusch, you are going to understand that this is not about gimmicks that other stores try to pull. They are knowledgeable, they're passionate about jewelry, and they will help you with a one-on-one experience. When you go to the 15th floor of the tower across from the Galleria in Richmond Heights, right there, just next to Clayton, you are going to experience the private sales experience that separates Moritz Reusch from everybody else. Online at ninjabling.com. Check out Moritz Reusch online at ninjabling.com.
Hey, the folks at Classic Air Care want you to know that one of the easiest things you can do to take care of that air conditioning unit is change the air filter. Yep, it's that simple. It really is that simple. Now, they're going to make it even easier on you because you can go to classicaircare.com. You can order air filters from there, and they'll get delivered straight to your house. So you don't have to worry about going to one of the big box shops or remember to get out and do it. You can just order it online, and then when you need it, they will deliver it straight to your house. But the other thing you can do is make sure that once a year that air conditioning unit is maintained. Look, you can do it in the fall, you can do it in the spring, but if you didn't do it this past fall, make sure you do it right now. They've got same-day appointments available. They've got technicians with over 40 years of experience to come to your house to fix things if they're broken, and they're going to make sure that your house is comfortable. It's really that simple. It's one of the most important pieces of equipment in your home. That keeps your home comfortable, that keeps your home safe, and the folks at Classic Air Care are the ones that are going to make sure that it's maintained and working properly for you. They do it in my house. They've done it in the Ferrario house for a long time as well. They can come take care of you. Get online, book an appointment at classicaircare.com. They've been making people comfortable since 1926.
It's TMA 101 ESPN. Fisher Window and Door Store, sponsor of the 8 o'clock hour. And, Doug, you like to monitor the lead story. We said the Blues were the lead, even though Jackson was trying to lead with the Battlehawks. But Blues with the lead, and Chris Kerber is going to join us in this segment. But Paul O'Linney's gold tooth is one of 320 people in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat and says, big game today between Oakville and Melville JV baseball.
Oh, is that right? You guys will be there?
Jackson, I know, is going. But
wouldn't you think it'd be rained out as much rain as we've had?
No.
No, not when those two teams square off.
They got the diamond dust down there?
Yeah, they'll play in the tundra. They'll play in the desert.
Although a lot of these schools now have all turf fields.
Just like the Dome.
Yep.
Yeah, they do.
Brand
Battle
new turf,
Dome,
just
that
like
is.
the Battle Dome, for that matter. Joining us right now on the Collier and Thompson phone lines to talk it over as the Blues set the franchise record with a 12th straight win on Saturday. Ladies and gentlemen, Chris Kerber with us. Morning, Kerbs.
Tim, how are you?
Wonderful. I want to know how you're doing, how you're feeling after your surgery last week.
You know, the back is good. The back is excellent. A lot of the pain is gone, which is good. So it's just now the recovery process that the doctor asks that you do. But everything's going in the right direction, which is a good thing. So I appreciate all the help that I was given because, man, did I need it.
So you were at a point where just moving and just talking was painful?
I was at a point where just breathing, so trying to call hockey games, to be honest with you, I'd be like I was gripping the countertop just to get through some goal calls. But, yeah, it had part of a disc that kind of dislodged, went across a couple of nerves, and was causing some pretty good pain. And we put up with it as long as we could and then said, nope, that's enough.
Oh, my
Time to get it out.
Huh.
So,
did you have an injury?
But that's right.
An injury that led to this, or just because our ancestors decided to walk upright at some point?
Yeah, no, I think this was just wear and tear on the body. Nothing that really happened that caused it, and which is okay. So Alex did a great job filling in, and on the play-by-play, had some great support from the team as well. Great doctor there in Zach Ray, and did an excellent job down there at Barnes. So in the recovery process, which is good. It just means I guess I can't lift anything heavier than a gallon of milk for 6 weeks. Which the good news is a can of beer is lighter than a gallon of milk.
That's it.
So,
It's a win.
Yeah.
Okay.
I put it on the scale just to prove it to myself.
Nice. Huh.
Yeah.
And now we're worried about Dylan Holloway's health, yours and him. Have you heard anything about him? Is he going to be out weeks?
No, you know what? Yeah, they said he's going to be out week to week. And look, it doesn't take much to read coach speak, guys. I mean, typically if a doctor checks a guy out, right, and it's not much, they can pretty much come right after the game and sit there and say, no, he'll be all right. Maybe miss a game or two, but he'll be fine, right? The first concern is when somebody says, well, we don't really know. Well, he'll get reevaluated tomorrow. Okay, that term reevaluated always bugs me. And then when we were at the morning skate and Jim Montgomery said, I don't know yet. He's still at the doctor getting looked at. I'm like, all right, this is going to be at least a week-to-week thing. But the good news is week to week, what does it mean? Well, I guess just what it says. Could it be 2? Could it be 4? We'll have to wait and find out. We're at that time of the year where you're not going to get that kind of information. So if there was ever a time for a guy like Jimmy Snuggerud to potentially come into the lineup and get a chance in the National Hockey League, this is it.
And he looks pretty good, too, doesn't he? He makes things happen.
Yeah, you talk to the other players about him, and again, it's just first impressions. It's not a lot of games. It's somebody that, they don't really know a whole lot about. But you start to see, where does the guy go on the ice away from the puck? What kind of opportunities he create? For him to get inside on Nathan McKernan, stick check him, and have the awareness while he's falling to his knee to send Pavel Buchnevich a pass for a goal alone in front of the net. He's got some real good hockey sense, and you make some plays like that, you're going to be favorable. Now, what I really liked about that last game, though, guys, is with Dylan Holloway out, they made the adjustment, but they put Jake Neighbors, who might have had the greatest shift of his career on that goal that he scored. It was just an awesome hockey shift no matter what. And but they put Jimmy Snuggerud on the top line. And in doing that, they put him on the right wing, which moved Buchnevich over to the left wing. The last time that Buchnevich really played on that left side of Robert Thomas was when Tarasenko was on the right. And that line had some magic to it with the shooter over on that right side. It looked kind of similar to that the other night. So I think that's an exciting combination I'm going to continue to enjoy, hopefully seeing tonight in Winnipeg.
And it does seem like, Kerbs, on any given night, it'll be the Kyrou game, or then all of a sudden Bolduc has a big game, and then it used to be Holloway took his turn. It's unbelievable how every player, even Sonny, will have big moments here. It does seem like you don't have to just, if you're the opponent, you're not just going to shut down one guy or two guys because they're getting such balanced scoring.
Martin, you put the microphone in front of guys and you get all the cliches, right, of just got to play our game or play the game the right way. And when you have some skill in the lineup, which the Blues do have, and they play the right way, you're looking at a scenario where everybody can chip in. And that's exactly what's happening here now. So, when you're talking about, Bolduc knocking on the door of only being the 10th rookie to score 20 goals in a year, and he's predominantly been on that third line now with Oscar Sundqvist there, right? And then you look at what every other Dylan Holloway consistently all season long has done. Jake Neighbors has set a career high in points this year. As he's cracked that 20-goal plateau again. All these things are part of a system that the Blues are playing really well that allows them to be successful. And, I was talking to Joel Quenneville before Chaser's puck cancer event the other night. Saw Joel earlier in the day at the rink. And he said, man, you guys he was at the game the night before. He said, man, you guys are fast, which is great. And he goes, you're playing about as perfect a system as you can play inside your defensive zone, and that leads to everything. And that's the quick synopsis from one of the greatest coaches to have ever coached.
And the only knock at all we can find right now is giving up these late goals. What are they not doing on those 6 and 5? Is this just a fluky kind of thing, or is there a real problem with defending when the other team pulls its goalie?
Well, some of it is a little bit fluky. Sometimes you see the bounces just kind of go with the habit. So, in some ways, like you might see some power play goals go in, right? And the coaches would be like, look, we had a good penalty kill, right? It was doing the job, but sometimes the bounces don't go your way. However, there's been just enough of these going in lately that you got to think that these guys are not coming on the ice confident. in a 6-on-5 situation. So 4 more games, you might see it again. It is definitely something that, yes, part of it could be fluky, but I don't think coaches will rest on that. I think coaches are going to look for some real specific things to get the guys to do to help with it. Because you're right, if there has been, a hiccup down this stretch here, it has been that 6-on-5 scenario. And listen, here's where that matters. I mean, and here's where it matters most is, a couple of times when that's happened lately, it's forced the game into overtime. Okay, well, the Blues have won 12 in a row. They've got, they're getting the win anyway, but they're getting the win in overtime. And the first tiebreaker when it comes to any team is regulation win total. So what it's done is it's actually kept, Calgary's pretty much at the point that they're going to almost have to win out, right? And Vancouver the same way. But that scenario where it has kept it where that first tiebreaker still could go to Calgary potentially if they were to catch the Blues and the Blues were to slip on a banana peel here. So, sometimes, those extra, it's not just the point, but in the end, sometimes making sure that those wins in regulation could be a huge difference.
Well, specifically, I would look at the situation with the Blues and the Wild. Now, right now, the Blues are at 93 points and the Wild sitting at 91, but the Blues are 2 back on the regulation wins from Minnesota, with both teams having 4 games left. And then that gets into the conversation of what it would look like in the first round. And it is really rare, but that's exactly what you have here, Kerbs, is the Blues at this point 99% mathematically to make the postseason. But as far as what seed they will be and who they will play, both are up for grabs. And we're not talking about just 2 teams. We're talking about the possibility of 4 teams because both divisions are still up for grabs. Winnipeg leading the Stars by 3 points, and Vegas leading the Kings by 5, but the Kings have a game in hand. And, L.A. plays super well at home. I mean, they're 29-4-4. How about that record? And the Blues will be heading in and taking on Winnipeg tonight in their building. So what do you think about what we're looking at here down the stretch with these potential division races and what the Blues' first-round opponent would look like and who you think they match up best with?
Yeah, this is kind of wild. And heading into the final 2 weeks of the regular season, essentially every single playoff spot is open in the Western Conference. Now, you have some teams that have clinched, and obviously you have some teams that are not going to make the playoffs. But in terms of how they finish, it could go either way. Most recently, LA just shut out the Edmonton Oilers, right? So, and the Blues play Edmonton on Wednesday. You could see both division leaders. Now, Winnipeg has led the Central Division every single day of this regular season but 5, right? 5 days is the only amount of time that they started the season off with an 11-game win streak. Only 5 days did they not lead the Central Division here. But you're right, Dallas could still catch them in a huge way, and those 2 teams, I think, have a head-to-head game coming up. Minnesota is got, I think, Dallas coming up as well. I think Calgary might be trying to eye Minnesota a little, who just squeaked out a victory over Dallas yesterday. They might be eyeing them. It's fantastic. So, yeah, initially you're thinking, okay, if the Blues get in, they're going to get the second wild card, and they're going to head to Winnipeg, it looks like, and then maybe potentially Vegas. Then all of a sudden you're like, oh, wait a minute, they're in the first wild card. So now who's it going to be? Then you look at the division leaders, and you're like, oh, wait a minute, none of those are settled. And there are those proponents that believe that this playoff system should be changed. I am not one of them. I think it's because you look at a matchup, and Colorado-Dallas should be a conference final matchup. All right, well, that's kind of insulting to everybody else, isn't it? So the way I look at it, there's going to be some really good teams getting knocked out of the playoffs in the first round, and man, is it going to be a battle. And I don't think, this kind of competition, I don't think it's the same in the East. The West is a juggernaut again, and it's hard to get out of the West.
12 wins is a franchise record. You think there's been some awfully good Blues teams come down the pike over the years. Is it fair to say that this current team is one of the better teams the Blues have ever fielded?
Well, in terms of a streak, it is. You're looking at the fact. Now, they would have to get 7 out of the final 8 points of the year to get to 100 points, right? And I think it'd only be the 9th or 10th time that a Blues team had reached 100 points in a regular season. So the way they played under Jim Montgomery, some of the goal differential totals, all that kind of aspect, yeah, that's very much what they were doing during some of those Ken Hitchcock eras without a doubt. But that's just the regular season. You'll have to prove it. So in terms of one of the best Blues team, I'm going to hold judgment until we see what they do come the postseason. But look, guys, I don't know about you. I went into this season with the playoffs not being expected, okay? This is basically full year two and a half of this retool from Doug Armstrong, right? The offer sheets that they signed with Broberg and Holloway changed the trajectory of that retool in a massive, massive way, without a shred of doubt. The bringing in of Jim Montgomery then changed that trajectory again, and then the addition of Cam Fowler in December just helped it out. I think if you just got to sit back and enjoy every moment and every game right now. You know, do they make it? They make the playoffs? Who do they play? Do they get swept? Do they sweep somebody? I don't have any. I'm not a gambler in that sense, guys. I wouldn't have any way to tell you what they're going to actually do. All I can tell you is they're playing a fun brand of hockey. They're enjoying the hell out of themselves. They really have all season long here, and it's fun to watch. So this one, I guess, Doug, let's just say that chapter has yet to be written.
Mm-hmm. Do you think Monty's got a decent shot at Coach of the Year? I was looking at it last year. I couldn't remember it. They handed out. It looked like they gave it to Tocchet last year during, like, the playoff run that they hand out those awards. Does that sound right?
Yeah. So Jack Adams Award is actually the Coach of the Year. It's voted on by the members of the Broadcasters Association. Right. So all the NHL broadcasters actually vote for Coach of the Year. It's voted on just the regular season, like all the other awards, Martin. So it's not based on postseason in that sense at all. Listen, had Monty been here all year and they put this kind of thing up, absolutely, I think he'd get consideration just like he did when he was in Boston. But the fact that it's only about 60 games with the Blues, no, I don't think he gets there. I think what Spencer Carberry has done with the Washington Capitals probably has him as the front runner for that. I think you're going to have to look at the LA Kings coach, in that mix as well. I was actually thinking, if Minnesota makes the playoffs, John Hines, with all the injuries and things that they've had there, I don't know that I just wonder sometimes whether it should be a full year thing, for the Coach of the Year. But shoot. You never know. Maybe he does get some votes on that. But I kind of think that Spencer Carberry in Washington, with the year that they've had, probably runs away with that award this year.
Curbs, our listeners are asking about, is it Connor McGahey that's the Avalanche radio announcer? They said he was hopping mad with some of the calls, and I know you guys were in Denver the week before, and you and Joey were cracking up because he was on the other side of the glass. Is that right? Connor McGahey is the Lanche radio play-by-play?
He is. He's a good dude. He's a nice guy. I think he's probably going to take over from Jack Edwards, who obviously had to retire in Boston as maybe the biggest homer in the league. And look, I'm okay with homer. Listen, I'm okay with homers, okay? Like, when I'm broadcasting a Blues game, I'm not broadcasting a Blues game to entertain Chicago Blackhawks fans. My job is to make sure that if you're a Blues fan, you feel like you're in that building. All right, so I don't get as excited for the other team's goal as the other one. But then there's a whole different thing. Like, I thought, by the way, I think it's just it's a fantastic radio segment. And Alex Ferrario and Grant Francis came up with it the other night. And they're like, hey, why don't we play some highlights of what it sounded like from the other side? And I'm like, I love that. Well, Connor's one of those guys where every call against Colorado is egregious. Every call for him is there. He's a punch the counter, kick the wall during the broadcast kind of broadcaster, and they had some fun with it. And I guess he tweeted. And look, a little philosophy here, I guess, when it comes to broadcasting, fellas. But I just don't think you got to be insulting to the players, right? Because every single player that's put on an NHL jersey or a pro jersey, right, at some point in time they've had to sacrifice a lot to earn it, and they're damn good. Even the worst NHL player is a damn good hockey player, right? They got beat a couple games ago, and Ryan Lomberg and I can't remember the other player had the goals, and Connor's call was along the lines of, And the Avalanche get beat by two people you've never heard of in the NHL. Well, Ryan Lomberg won the Stanley Cup with Florida last year, right? And you can have some fun, and I love it. I mean, if you got a voodoo doll, we got to put the X on Jordan Binnington. Okay, I'm all for that. But to sit there and tell me that Robert Thomas is on the brink of an 80-point season, to sit there and say, oh, you just got lucky, and eventually this luck is going to run out. Yeah, you can't win without puck luck. You can't win without bounces, no matter what the sport you're playing. So he's a little over the top, and I absolutely love the fact that Blues fans had fun with him on it. I'm here for that crap all day long.
Clip that off.
And you're in Winnipeg as we speak. WPG, Jackson is what they call it. Winnipeg. I'm going to guess it's about 42. Is that Celsius? Or, what's the temp, Curbs?
Well, 42 Celsius would be really hot. I'm going to go with probably about somewhere in the low 40s Fahrenheit. Yeah,
Fahrenheit. I'm sorry, that's the one so it's in the 40s, so a little chilly in Winnipeg.
Is that plane right up there tough on the back?
Nah, everything's good.
Okay.
It's all good. I'm telling you, doctors did a great job. Okay. Yeah.
All right. Well, we were worried about you.
South that was bad. That was good. I appreciate that.
All right.
Don't go kicking it.
Listen, man, I apologize. In the midst of everything, I totally forgot to do it. And when you guys were trying to give me a holler, I was literally in the middle of surgery. So I wish I could have answered my phone, because I'm sure on the anesthetic it would have been some great radio.
Oh, my gosh, it would have been. The Jackson's like, Curbs is not answering. And I said, let me text his neighbor, Roman, producer Roman. I said, he'll know. And then I thought, is that a HIPAA violation that I know what's going on? Can we say it on the air? Curbs is back and raring to go. Looking forward to it tonight. Winnipeg, maybe a playoff preview, Tim. You just did, as Federico said, stop trying to figure it out. Just see what happens.
Blues and Jets tonight. Puck drop here on 101 ESPN at 6:30. Pregame 5:30 p.m. Chris Kerber will be on the call. Curbs, we always enjoy the conversation. Great to have you back, and looking forward to the Final Four of the regular season before the Stanley Cup playoffs get underway here on 101 ESPN. Curbs, appreciate it, man.
Buckle up and enjoy it, fellas. It's going to be a fun ride.
Can't wait. There he is, Chris Kerber, with us on the Collier and Thompson phone lines here on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. That is youtube.com/TMA STL. Martin, Winnipeg Central Time Zone, we've officially locked it in.
Mm-hmm. That I knew. The Celsius Fahrenheit always trips me up. Fahrenheit to Celsius. Tim, you subtract 30, then divide by 2.
Was that it? Well, that's good.
Fahrenheit to Celsius.
Okay. Probably hard to grow grass in Winnipeg, but it's pretty hard to grow it here in St. Louis unless you call Green Envy. This is a business that's been around St. Louis for over a decade now. Green Envy only produces products formulated for our local soil types, weather conditions, and turf types. No national, generic, cheap, ineffective products are used. I've used them in my yard for a couple years now. They do just fantastic work. Their service pros are commercially licensed applicators as certified by the Missouri Department of Agriculture. This ensures you have a trained professional on your property, treating it with the best fertilizer and the seeds and whatever you need to make your lawn the envy of the neighborhood. They're open Monday through Friday, 9 to 5, to take your calls and answer questions. 636-655-3689. That's Green Envy. The website is greenenvylawns.com.
It's TMA 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. Michael's Flooring's been family and locally owned for over 30 years, and Michael takes pride in helping and making sure his employees are happy and make a great living. His passion's flooring, and when you order from him, he wants you to have the best experience for the best price. And that's why he's making sure he gets the best installers and giving them $7 a square yard. That's awesome compensation in this industry. Just come on in. or talk to them, and you're going to see the difference. They want to make sure they suggest the best thing for you, not pushing what corporate's telling them they have too much of. Go to igotfloored.com. That's igotfloored.com if you're interested in Michael's Flooring. There's a reason he's continued to grow through the 31 years. Employees love working for him as they feel like family, and he makes sure they're taken care of, and this then rubs off to the families buying the product as they know they have the best interest of the buyers. They have it all, but carpet's awesome, and it's back. They have so many varieties of all flooring, and they have 3 easy-to-get-to locations in St. Louis and Creve Coeur, Darden, Prairie, and St. Peters. Come see why people are loving getting floored by Michael, and make sure you visit igotfloored.com. Doug, one shining moment, Luther Vandross?
Yeah, that's the best version for sure.
Who got to do it a couple times or one time and then it was nixed? Did Jennifer Hudson?
Barrett?
Who?
Billy Gilman?
I got here as David Barrett.
Doug David Barrett.
We don't need it. This is perfect.
Yeah,
leave it alone.
Couldn't agree more.
You guys stay up for it after all the locker room interviews and everything?
See a half-second clip of Mizzou losing to Drake. You just say, oh, there we are. Oh, that's us.
Doug, they're not happy about the Billikens.
Billikens?
Their season's been done for a month and change.
You know why hold on, I don't know.
Calm down.
No, but spelled K-N-O-W.
Okay.
No wonder why the Billikens suck. Y'all cannot even promote Frozen 4 with the Blues broadcaster.
What's that have to do with the Billikens? What am I missing? There's a sentence missing, right? There's a sentence missing.
I
don't want to know why the Billikens.
I can only read what's on the teleprompter, and that's in the teleprompter. And Martin, he was not happy with the Billikens or Chris Kerber not talking about the Frozen 4.
That's Kerber's job.
And the Billikens.
Billikens are paying a steep price for this, and they don't even know that they're involved.
Frozen 4 on Thursday. We had Big Walt. Big Walt
Walter was on talking about it.
The Terriers. Yeah, you got Denver. Penn State's here. Denver's the defending champ. Monty coached there, won himself a title there.
Oh, yeah.
You know, Jim Montgomery won a Frozen 4 as a player and as a coach. There you go. Frozen 4 corner.
And you can thank the Billikens for that.
I think I left out one team. Denver, Penn State, BU. Oh, Western Michigan. Jamal Mayer's on.
Oh, is that right?
There it is.
Let's see. Hashtag Whites LOL. That's from Brian Henshin, Doug, and he covers the Colts for the Indianapolis Star Tribune. You're welcome to call in with your thoughts on the Billikens' failure to promote the Final Four. Also, Chris Kerber's failure in Winnipeg to promote the Frozen Four. 314-974-0101. Call in. Chairman Kurt Mans, the Callier and Thompson phone lines. 314-399-9646. Save that number in your phone. And also, today is the last day that Jackson will change your name from a phone number to the name that you want to use. Brian Henshin, Doug, that's his real name. Now, I don't think the 830 Recreator is his real name, and I don't think Kwame Voyukas IV is his real name. Chairman's pocket partner, or Stephen Wildwood, or Sweet Sweet Kai, or Mahomes Longbody, or Eric in the Central West End, or Harrison Ford's Tears, or Moistest Alou, or Floyd Velvet, or Veiled Prophet. But Janet, in parentheses, maybe. I think that's her real name. I think that's caller Janet.
Yeah, could well be.
So if you want your name changed in the Air Comfort Service text inbox, Jackson, you're going to do it for 2 more hours, and then you're done, brother, until May 1st.
Yes, that is accurate.
Are you looking forward to that?
Yeah, big time. Big time. Absolutely.
Tim, I have an update on one shining moment, which was written by David Barrett, which Jackaroo mentioned there. The original version by Barrett was used from 1987 to 93, briefly revived between 2000 and 2002 with a new instrumental. Versions have been recorded by Teddy Pendergrass.
Oh, Teddy Pendergrass.
Luther Vandross and Neo. LOL Whites. Neo.
And Doug, he was at the Black and White Ball. Am I correct? You were there.
I wasn't
You
there.
danced with Ashanti with the blessing of Nelly.
I guess I would have, but I wasn't there.
What a moment for you.
But here's the update you wanted, other than me saying Neo.
That's the White LOL.
And his album that did so well was The Year of the Gentleman. Am I right on that? It was The Year of the Gentleman?
Oh, this Neo covered this song in 2016.
He always wore a nice hat.
There was a version by Jennifer Hudson that was used for the 2010 NCAA Division I men's basketball tournament.
The Gordon Hayward tournament.
The format of the Hudson video deviated from prior years by cutting away from the tournament highlight montage on several occasions to show footage of Hudson singing in a recording studio, drawing criticism from fans and viewers.
And they got rid of it then.
In response to the criticism, the Vandross version was broadcast the following year. So we had a 1-year Jennifer Hudson. The Neo version was on a TNT, the team stream when you were watching, I guess, certain versions, which featured highlights. So largely it has been Luther, but there was the 1 year with Jennifer Hudson.
Well, when you only get a song like that once a year and people look forward to that song and then they change it up on you, people are going to get upset. It'd be a little different if it's a song you heard all year long and maybe you want to hear a different version of it now. Well, we don't want to hear another different version. We want to hear the original and we want it now.
Whose idea was it to say, let's do a Jennifer Hudson? It was so popular, let's change it.
And the Masters song, that used to have words. Remember that? We've played that many times.
Jackson, do you have that?
People
at your
didn't like it.
Disposal. It's a beautiful song, and of course, balls in the air here in a matter of, what would you say, Doug? About 72 hours.
I guess I haven't counted the hours.
And Scotty Scheffler is plus 450. Rory McIlroy is why he's plus 650, and then a significant drop down from there is why Bryson DeChambeau is plus 1,400, and why Colin Morikawa is plus 1,600, tied with John Rahm. And then, Ludwig Aberg, 1,800. Who are you putting your cash on for the azaleas and the dogwoods?
You sound like Pete Seeger there for a second.
No fans allowed today, I believe. They got the
There's some
grounds
rain.
are soggy there.
Yeah.
It's raining everywhere.
Brother. The old tune.
Oh, they had a great Masters song, but they only played it, I think, 1 year, didn't we say? 1 year, and they said
With the lyrics,
that was
and
a
then
little
they just went to the instrumental.
Right.
Jackson's pulling it up right now as we speak.
Yep. Give me a moment.
Oh, for heaven's sakes.
Don't worry about it.
He's got a lot going on. I saw one shining moment pop up with David Barrett. Now he's looking for Masters.
Hold on.
Theme song, Jingle by John Story.
No, this is not going to be it.
Oh, dog. They're not going to be happy with the Billikens. Chris Kerber, lack of Frozen 4.
Yeah.
And now Jackson. Your takes are welcome. And if you're wearing mittens, do it with the EDF Group's
I'll put them
Hot
on.
Take Mittens. Here they come. Attention business owners. Did you know fire codes require your company's fire alarm system to be inspected and maintained by a certified fire alarm service provider? It's not just about compliance. It's about protecting your employees, customers, and property, and that's where EDF Group's Fire and Security Division comes in, proudly serving St. Louis and beyond. EDF Fire and Security specialize in keeping businesses safe and secure. From expert fire alarm inspections to advanced commercial security systems, they've got you covered, and it doesn't stop there. With 24/7 fire alarm and security monitoring, you'll have peace of mind knowing your business is protected every hour of the day. Don't wait until it's too late. Call EDF Group's Fire and Security Division today and let them help you stay compliant, secure, and safe. Visit theedfgroup.com or call 314-993-8053 to learn more. EDF Group, your partner in fire safety and security. Ladies and gentlemen, Jackson Burkett.
Okay. He's shaking his head.
Head shake.
Why
Label
Xander
B.
Schauffele's plus 2,000, and why Justin Thomas.
Okay, we don't
Doug,
have
if
to
I'm going to throw a dart here on Monday, I'm going to give you Justin Thomas plus 2,500.
Okay. I'll
You're
take
interested in that.
Scheffler.
You're going to take Scheffler plus
If he
450.
Can, keep from getting arrested before the tournament. I think he'll be the guy to beat. Okay.
It's
Sounds
pronounced
like-
Neo. He sings Doug.
You're
and
the
it's-
gentleman.
He sings Doug. I don't know why they're lecturing Doug. And the song Sexy Love.
Sexy Love.
Neo.
Okay.
Fine. I have some weird a cappella version. Here, take a listen.
Dude, why not?
Well, it's springtime.
You got to see this guy.
Masters.
It's a jacket.
Is this doing this at church or something?
It sounds like a barbershop quartet.
Trying my
He's got a
ass
button-up
off to
sweater, and it feels like a Will Ferrell bit, but I think the guy's being serious.
They're saying that the music and lyrics is by Dave Loggins, any relation to Kenny?
His lesser-known brother.
Yeah. Wouldn't that be a nice little fun fact? If Kenny Loggins' brother wrote the Masters theme?
Oh, yeah, it would be.
I'm going to find out.
Okay.
Second cousin.
Really? You found that out? Mm-hmm. That's
Passed away last year.
Oh, wow. That's still a good little nugget.
Okay.
I did the best I could.
Okay. But it wasn't the official version.
That's not what you were looking for, Doug?
Well, for such an official version, maybe make it available somewhere. It's all just the music.
Wow.
It's all just the music.
I just got nicked.
Well, no, I'm not mad at you, but if this is the official Augusta Masters song,
Right.
they make it really hard to find. You can find the instrumental, the theme, without even looking for it.
Is it possible they want it to go away?
They
don't want
shouldn't. I
anyone
like
to
those
play it again?
lyrics. Dog was in pines.
Maybe the chairman got rid of it. I didn't care for that being out there in the universe. And they just eliminated it.
Maybe. I don't know. I'm going to keep looking.
How much is a little Masters piano playing? Just a little.
I can do that for you.
Kind of magic.
Doug, it's an instrumental to get you in the mood. Doug loves
it's just too
azaleas. The azaleas always put you in a good headspace. Take a look at them.
Other courses have flowers and green grass and trees. They just do.
Third round leaders, take a look. And then they just roll the graphic for about 45 seconds. Kenny Perry has birdied the 17th.
Kenny Perry, wow.
Why can't other tournaments have their own song?
They can. What's nothing stopping them? I just don't know if like the Valero Texas Open has a.
Give it a song.
They put the happy little Hunter Brian Harmon in some boots yesterday.
Yeah, like
I got spurs that jingle, jangle,
nice.
jingle. That should be the song for that tournament.
Give them some boots. Then you give them a show. That's how it works. Boots, then the show, then they're fired. Goes in that order.
Well, for all the other majors, none of them are at the same course every year. You know, that's what the Masters has the advantage of.
Nice show prep, ass. Have a great week, gentlemen. This guy's gone. He's done.
That's it.
Well, I could listen to that music for hours.
Jackson, we've played the song 1,000 times. That's from Dave Hay.
There's no we, Dave Hay. Everyone wants to, talk that mess, but they're never the man in the arena.
How about that Teddy Roosevelt over here?
I'm trying to find it.
Okay.
Do you think I lack the
No, take your time. It's
the confidence to find something on the internet? Yeah. Come on now.
Go all in on Maverick McNeely for the Masters. With a name like that, you can't help but take him. That's from Not Cool Enough for a Nickname.
Okay.
A good producer would have had this song ready before Masters Week. That's from the Crystal City Clam
You would
Hammer.
have thought there'd been some planning.
No doubt.
Just a little bit of planning. And then we had our own version locally done here by the wonderful Andy Hanselman.
Yeah, I got that.
Martin, I don't know if you've had a chance to hear this. The azaleas is in bloom in Normandy. The dotem, a tradition unlike any other on TMA.
I think I've heard this, yeah.
And the pageantry that surrounds the dotem. Take a listen.
Well, it's springtime in Normandy on the Rock Road. It's the dotem and the Hoosiers of the game who'll be buried in the sunflower garden on Friday afternoon. Who'll walk that 18th fairway singing this tune. Free dotem, your stepdads and bleach, they play on my mind like a song. Free dotem, it's you that I love, it's you that I miss when I'm gone.
Oh, it's beautiful.
It's not that beautiful, really. It got better at the end. We're talking about the Legion of Cats Army.
That's right. Martin, does that put you in a good headspace for this week? I mean, you got the Blues making the trip to Canada, you got the Cardinals making the trip to Pittsburgh, and you got the Masties on Thursday.
What a week. What a week.
And
next
Florida
Sunday.
and Houston will settle it all tonight.
And then that, too. Next Sunday, Cardinals, Battlehawks City all play next Sunday at home, downtown St. Louis.
Same time?
As the Masters is playing the final round. Battlehawks fans, tough call. You're probably big into the Masters and the Battlehawks. You got to pick. Tough call.
Right.
All those games could be going on at about the same time.
Cardinals are 1:15-ish. I've got Battlehawks, DC Defenders at 2 o'clock. And City plays Sunday night, hoping to score a goal.
That's good. Yeah. Just one would be nice.
One? That's all we have.
They'll get it. I'm confident this will be the week they'll get it.
Get a goal? Mm-hmm. They are 2-3-2. Last week they were the Brown and Crouppen number. They were 2-2-2, 2-2-2. Now they're 2-3-2. Yeah, next Sunday, all at home. Blues are on the road all week. Masters Sunday. Jackson, you could watch the Cardinals. You could watch the Battle Hees or the Masties. What do you think?
I'll probably be pretty tuned into the Masters on Sunday.
Wow! Wow!
Well, Cardinals play 161 other games. The Doggies, that'll be a night game, so I won't have to miss that. Masters and goes till 6 p.m. The Battlehawks one's gonna be tough. It's gonna be a tough. Maybe if someone has like an 8-stroke lead, maybe I'll turn away. But
you can record it and go back to
it's a
it
tight
later.
race. Record it.
Yes.
Oh, come on. 2008 called. They want their way to watch television back.
No! Scottie Pippen, Patrick Ewing, balls in your face.
You never record something and watch it back later?
My TiVo box with that annoying ass little beep they make. I'm not doing that.
Get out of here.
Well, pardon me. I record stuff all the time.
Do you really?
Golf sucks, you elite ass.
What do you
That's
record?
from the 618.
What do you record?
I'm surprised. I kind of thought he would be at a club.
Yeah, you would think.
The games I can't see and
really? You
go back
record
and
it?
watch it occasionally. Yeah.
Even if you know the outcome?
That might freeze to it.
Yeah. You're if people doubt that you do the work, you're living proof that you do.
Not bad.
I'm surprised that you would think just recording a show to watch later is outdated.
Well, like, let's say
the option is just to miss it completely.
No, because everything now they just put onto their streaming service. Like if you miss an HBO show when it comes on, you can just watch it on HBO Max.
Well, I wouldn't record HBO.
Right.
I'd record a network
Like
show.
NCIS, Oklahoma City.
Bachelor, Bachelorette. Yeah.
Fair.
You're still watching The Bachelor, aren't you?
A little bit. The Voice, American Idol, sometimes.
Okay. All right, so we said that. Okay.
Doug is a good television consumer.
Difference of programming. That's why. I didn't mean to chastise.
Sharon in Clayton is not happy with the song Jackson played. No song makes me want to put needles in my eyes more than this one. It sounds like funeral home music instead of the theme for the most white guy tournament ever. Oh. Bad enough I have to hear this every other commercial until this weekend is over. Turn it off! Oh. It's from Sharon, and she's in Sanibel, Clayton, Maui, and Michigan.
Turn it off, she said.
And she didn't like the Masters instrumental, the CBS vehicle? She didn't like that or the a cappella?
Needles in your eyeballs wouldn't really do what you want. If you're trying to stop hearing the music, your ears would probably be a better
put
place.
a needle in your ear.
Like sewing needles,
Needle point? Being from Ladue?
Yeah. Maybe borrow one. By appointment only.
Oh. Think about it.
Email in the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Design Air, sponsor of the email of the day, coming your way, 1045, 1050, somewhere in that range, the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Email into the program, the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Doug, you know something about Design Air heating and cooling? I think you do.
Well, I do. This is where you go if you have any kind of problem at all with your air conditioner or your furnace. Going to need those air conditioners humming here soon. You wouldn't get that sense this past weekend or maybe this week even, but you know darn well another week or two it'll be 50 or 90 degrees, 95, who knows. But you want your air conditioner ready to go, and so what do? You call Design Air to come out, get a little maintenance on it, or if something goes bad, you're definitely going to need them to come out and get it fixed up. It's a fourth-generation St. Louis business. Seth Goldcamp and his family have taken care of St. Louisans for, well, since 1904 now, and they are the longest-running TMA supporter and advertiser on the show. They're best known for their honesty and going above and beyond, and also for putting on the little booties when they come into your house. They don't want to track that dirt into your home. That's what they do. He and his technicians are just fabulous. They've been at it for many years. They know exactly what they need to do. There's really nothing you can throw at them that they haven't seen before and will know how to get you fixed up. They take their reputation very seriously. This is a company you can trust. Their website, easy to navigate with the convenience of online scheduling. So for all of your heating and cooling needs, choose Design Air Heating and Cooling, and you can find them online at designairservice.com.
There it is. Sponsor of the email today here on TMA. Mark Hanna, sponsor of the 9 o'clock hour, and coming up in this 9 o'clock hour, presented by Mark Hanna of Evergreen Wealth Strategies, online at evergreenstl.com or by phone, 314-889-0503. Brad Thompson will be with us coming up at 9:30. So there's your Stiefel dossier. Brad Thompson on the Cardinal debacle in Fenway. Doug, they can right the ship, come back to St. Louis for Friday night, take it on the Phillies. Right. Better weather on a 3-game winning streak as they defeat the Pittsburgh Pirates. You like their chances to take all 3 in Pittsburgh?
Oh, I'd give them 2 out of 3 in Pittsburgh.
That's what you got.
Yeah. The Pirates got that Paul Skeens as a snootful. Tough to beat him. But 2 out of 3 would be okay.
And then what kind of attendance would you have on a Friday night at Busch Stadium with better weather? That's the thing that we're monitoring. Yeah, that's the thing that we're monitoring, Martin. If there's a 6-game losing streak heading into the Phillies series, oh boy.
Well, Pirates are tough. They're battling. So you got to get through them before you can even think about the Phillies. I'm already eyeing Michaelis on Saturday against the Phillies lineup. I want to place another over bet there. Thanks.
That's right.
I was looking at the promotional calendar. Where did I have too many tabs open now? But it's called Friday night, and you're trying to get people in the building. The promotion that night is Adult Mystery Cardinals sweatshirt. And I have no idea what that could mean. Adult mystery.
Like Nancy Drew.
They're going to give you a sweatshirt. They're just not going to tell you whose name's on it.
So it's a mystery.
Probably.
Only adults get them, and it's a mystery. Or does it have like a Matlock? Or Barnaby Jones on there? Murder, She Wrote?
Yeah.
On a sweat. Adult mystery. Cardinal sweatshirt.
Poirot. Yeah.
You're such an elitist.
Your National League Central winning odds, by the way, the Cubs are at plus 120. Brewers plus 280, Reds plus 500, Cardinals plus 600. Their opponent the next 3 days, the Pirates plus 1,000.
Oh. Okay. As bad of a start as the Brewers got off to, they're already ahead of the Cardinals now in the standings. I don't like that. I don't care for that much.
Cubs have been pretty good since their trip to Japan. Brewers pretty good since they got swept and skull pounded by the Yankees.
Skull pounded, that's what they call it.
Teddy, Cubs and Brewers, here we go. Seem to be trending up.
You see the National League West, Giants are 8-1, Dodgers 9-2, Padres 8-2.
That NL West. Sweet mother of mercy.
Head to the ballpark Friday, April 11th when the Cardinals take on the Phillies. 20,000 fans, 16 and older, take home a cozy Cardinals sweatshirt. This item comes in 2 designs, but you don't know which one you'll receive. It's kind of like a surprise guest. How about that?
Martin, the 314 does not have a name. Not happy with you. They have photos out of the mystery giveaways, you dingus. You ever been called a dingus?
Gosh.
Kind of like it.
Boy, unless we know absolutely everything, we're idiots and dinguses.
You don't know the promotion plan? Jerk off. Adult Mystery Cardinal sweatshirt. This item comes in 2 designs. You don't know which one you'll receive, however, until you walk through the gates. There's the mystery. Solved.
Self-made stay-at-home Ledoux mom says she's involved. The first 10,000 fans get a monogram pocket rocket. I didn't know you can monogram those.
I guess we put a sleeve on it.
She's got to deal with the Cardinals now, does she?
Congratulations.
Big
Nice
contract. Yeah.
Nice.
Can you give us 20,000?
Paul Skeens is like Tim. He's always been the best guy on a losing team in a sucky city. Doug, that's from Wedding Tackle.
Pittsburgh's lovely.
I've never been to Pittsburgh.
Yeah, it's
nice.
nice.
I just think it's lovely.
It is a nice town.
Is it like mounting a Sunday charge, like having a comeback? Is that what's going on?
It has for years. Yeah, it's a clean city. It's very nice.
See, we're going to have a Sunday charge here in St. Louis. Detroit's
underrated.
got it. Pittsburgh's got it. Here we come. Let's go.
Yeah, I've always been impressed when I've been in Pittsburgh.
I think those stadiums really help, too. PNC, Heinz Field is right next to it, or whatever it's called now.
Right.
Got the river right there, and then there's a little town. You go up the hill across, and that's where you did all your live shots, Doug. You were probably there the other day. Pittsburgh is a growing former Rust Belt city. Yeah, I like Pittsburgh.
Yeah,
I think midget wrestling, no offense, Tim, is popular there.
Is that right?
There's some bar that everybody goes to. I've never been.
Oh, and a little person emerges from the bar.
But there's
kind of like a doghouse.
I think it was.
Yeah,
I think it was known.
Yeah.
How is that okay?
Yeah.
It's not. I'm offended, but I'm telling you, when you're in Pittsburgh, people would say, "Oh, are you going to see the little fellas wrestle?" I'm going to look it up. I didn't know the adult. I'm sorry. I didn't know the adult mystery sweatshirt.
Dingus.
This dingus is now going to look up midget wrestling in Pittsburgh. Thank you.
The 618, who's not happy that we were talking about the Masters, is now not happy with Martin. Martin carrying that DeWitt water. That's new. Not. That's from the 618.
618. How was I carrying? Because I was explaining because I was pushing those adult sweatshirts on you.
That's correct. We'll take a break. Brad Thompson's going to join us coming up in this hour on the Stiefel dossier. It's the Mark Hanna Evergreen Wealth Strategies 9 o'clock hour. Mark Hanna online at evergreenstl.com or give him a call at 314-889-0503. He's a wonderful gentleman, and everybody needs a financial advisor. I can't say enough positive things about Mark Hanna just as an individual, much less as a financial advisor. You give him a call and you get off the phone and you feel better, not only about your financial situation, but about life in general. Somehow he has that charisma, and he will take care of you and your family. 314-889-0503 or go online at evergreenstl.com. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett, Chairman Kurt manning the Collier and Thompson phone lines. This is TMA, and it's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel.
Oh, there's a lot of great websites out there. My favorite is autoloanpro.com. In the market to buy a new car. Doesn't matter what your credit history is. Auto Loan Pro is going to work hard to get you not only a great car, but at the best rate. Little to no money down. They're going to work really hard, and they do that by working with over 50 different lenders. Financing a car, there's only one thing to know. Choose the Auto Loan Pro. Look at that website. Robert Thomas, friend of the show, red hot in the NHL. Calls into this show, promotes Auto Loan Pro. You actually see the commercials during the games with Robert Thomas. So it's pretty simple if you want to buy a car, but also understand the credit industry. It can get really confusing. How can you afford this? What's your credit report? What does that mean? Understand it better by downloading the free playbook at autoloanpro.com. It's going to help educate you on the process of buying a car. And whatever car you're in the market for now, maybe a different one down the road. They'll help you. Little to no money down. Best rates available. Over 50 different lenders. All of it one spot. Autoloanpro.com for your next vehicle. Auto Loan Pro is part of the Lita family.
This is Action Jackson with a Sports Center update. That's brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. Cardinals lose both games of the doubleheader yesterday. The final of the second game was 18-7 at the hand of the Boston Red Sox. New start today, though, as they head to Pittsburgh, take on the Pirates. First pitch at 5:40. Matthew Liberatore pitching for the Redbirds. That was another Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, an independent American Standard heating and air conditioning dealer.
Jackson, what do we have?
Neo.
Doug, you wanted Neo?
I did.
You got him.
All right, thank you.
Year of the Gentleman. 2009?
What made it the Year of the Gentleman?
Jackson?
2009, Year of the Gentleman. Oh, so many reasons. But certainly Neo's album titled Year of the Gentleman really hammered that home. I don't know.
Harrison's brother Master says, nobody cares, you dingus, and dingus is now becoming a key part of the TMA texting lexicon. Also part of the Colorado Avalanche broadcast lexicon complaints about officials, and often. You wanted it, you got it. Tip of the cap to Jackson and Chairman Kurt for finding the audio of the Avs broadcaster, Connor McGahey.
Yeah, big tip of the cap, too, to Grant Francis. Good morning, Grant.
Good morning, Grant.
The best of us, I would say.
Good morning, Grant is the best of us.
He's the best of us, and him and Alex Ferrario chopped it up, so shout out to them.
The audience wanted to hear it. Here you go.
Every single break has gone the way of the St. Louis Blues ever since March 17th, including that early call on UL Kiviranta. Bolduc goes over the left shoulder of Mackenzie Blackwood, and St. Louis is winning with, I guess, 19-11 in the first period left. And Taves doesn't have a stick. They score. Jake Neighbors' first ever goal versus the Avs in 12 games. Taves didn't have a stick. Matter of fact, he looked to be in a good amount of pain. Taves was checking his face for blood. He had one glove off and his stick down in the corner. And Neighbors scored and then ran right over Mackenzie Blackwood. At the near dot, tosses the bumper. Lehkonen, a shot save made by Bennington again. If you have a witch doctor to call or a voodoo doll or something, it's time to put a hex on Jordan Bennington. One goal allowed his last 4 starts, and he's the only reason the Avalanche haven't scored on this power play in particular. The zone, Snuggerud out in front, wide open, they score. Buchnevich. Snuggerud's second assist in 2 games for the Blues, and it's 3-0. Again, an Avs defenseman got knocked down behind the play, and that kept the puck in the Avalanche zone. Somehow, and because of that, Buchnevich was all alone out in front. As a collapse down low, Bolduc shoots and scores for his second power play goal of the game. That's just sort of how it is for St. Louis right now. Nothing is going in on their end. Everything is going in on the other side. The luck is going to dry up eventually, and that may happen in the Stanley Cup playoffs. Open net, Buchnevich misses! Left side. Icing is waved off. McKernan picks it up 35 seconds ago. McKernan blazing ahead. Now Lehkonen across the blue line. Centers it right to Thomas. Puck on its edge. It hit the post and it went in. That pretty much sums up the Blues' luck during this streak. The puck went off the post and into the net. Empty net. That luck is going to run out eventually, and frankly, I can't wait when it does. Puck was on its edge. It hit the post and went into an open net.
The puck hits the post and goes in all the time.
Evander Kane once hit the post.
Well, he wasn't
cost San Jose.
He wasn't criticizing the officials too much there.
I mean, there's a good. I mean, that whole thing with
he just seems exasperated at the Blues' good fortune, and it does sound like he doesn't credit any of their roster for being decent, that they're just damn lucky.
He's calling for people to pull out voodoo dolls of Jordan Bennington.
That's okay. That's just kind of a salute to how good he was, I think.
Yeah.
I didn't mind that too much.
Doug, he is Colorado through and through, born in Breckenridge, and he went to the University of Denver, left there in 2007. He did graduate, so he's got something.
Yeah.
On me. And he has been calling Avalanche games, and as we mentioned earlier in the program, for those of you just joining us, also University of Colorado games, and he is the PA announcer at Broncos games at Mile High.
All right, he had a big voice. It wasn't as horrible as I thought it was going to be.
He just sounded exasperated.
Yeah, just claiming the Blues. It's all
everything's going their way.
Mm-hmm. Well, and there's some truth to that. You get breaks and you win games.
But he just did seem to playoff. Watch out, fella! It's your luck's about to run out.
I don't understand that it bounced off the post and went in. I mean, that happens every game.
What a crybaby! Sounds like a sore loser. That's from the Toilet Destroyer from Winfield.
Winfield. How's the Winfield flooding going up there? It's always an area to keep an eye on, Doug.
Yeah, Eureka and Valley Park's supposed to get hit pretty hard.
Congrats to that dude for winning the Tool of the Douche Canoe of the Century award. I guess there was no luck involved when Kadri steamrolled Binner F all the way off. That's from Sharon and Sanibel, Clayton, Maui, and Michigan. And she's not happy with Connor McGahey.
Wow. I don't think those awards should be handed out till the end of the season.
Yeah, into the playoffs, not just the regular season. Take it to the playoffs.
Martin, the guy who said, no wonder why the Billikens suck. Y'all can't even promote Frozen 4 with the Blues broadcaster. He said if he went to the University of Denver, he, N-O''S-M-O, about the Frozen
Okay, step
4,
away from your computer, fella.
Then y'all does.
Because Denver has won 2 of the last 3 defending their coach, I think, is getting the Blackhawks job. But yeah, Denver is in town, Tim. The Frozen 4 is here. It's the Final Four, but it's hockey. So it's the Frozen 4. Doug, there are 4 teams in the Frozen 4.
Yes.
Denver,
yeah, almost
Penn
by
State,
definition.
Western Michigan, Boston U. Thank you. That was Frozen 4 Corner.
And by mentioning that, it helps the Billikens.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, Sharon, show some real balls, and Roger, an intern. That's from the self-made stay-at-home Ledoux mom.
Oh, my goodness.
So she's sleeping with her interns at that monogramming business?
I don't think so.
Oh, baby!
Now the texters are mad at each other rather than us, which is kind of a nice change of pace.
Just for the moment. Brad Thompson's going to join us. No doubt in my mind he will be attacked. That is coming up here in a matter of moments. The program is called The Morning After. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel.
There's a lot of grocery stores out there, but there's only one Schnucks. Well, there's a bunch of Schnucks, but there's only one that brings you the quality consistently and the value you like. Your friendly neighborhood Schnucks. Make sure you've got the app as well, the Rewards app. Download that Rewards app. Make sure you pile up your points every time you're shopping. You can also use it to order for curbside or delivery. Schnucks delivers all of that with the app. If you're looking for an item in the store, get into that Rewards app, type it in there. It'll tell you what aisle it's located, all of this right at your fingertips. You'll have double points days, a lot of digital coupons sent directly to you. It's pretty simple. You sign up for the Schnucks Rewards app and you start paying yourself back. You're going grocery shopping anyway. They're going to help save you as much money as they can and also make it more convenient. Do it all with the Rewards app at your neighborhood friendly Schnucks.
Nice. How good is that?
It's great. The lyrics are just genius.
It's TMA 101 ESPN, Mark Hanover, Greenwell Strategies, 9 o'clock hour. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett, Chairman Kurt monitors the Callier and Thompson phone lines, and what he sees on those Callier and Thompson phone lines is Brad Thompson with us here on the program. And Martin, you love logistics. My sources are telling me that Brad landed in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania at approximately 4 in the morning. Is that correct, Brad?
Well, 3 in the morning. We'll go 3 in the morning. Bags at the hotel around 4, but chipper as can be. I'm looking out my window. I see PNC Ballpark. I'm on the 21st floor. Did have a scare a minute ago as I'm looking out at the ballpark. I spilled my coffee as someone was cleaning the windows. Came down right in front of me, scared the living crap out of me. Who would do that job? There are some jobs out there. Like, I hope they get paid really, really well to do that. I'm not a fan of heights, so that job might scare me a little bit. But, yeah, a late get-in for the boys last night.
Can you sleep on the plane at least? Or is everybody still pumped up from playing a game? And it's got to be hard.
I can sleep on the plane just fine, but I do that awkward jump thing. You know, when you fall asleep and then you freak out and wake up, that scares other people next to you. Mm-hmm. So I'm really good at that one. So I had Chip next to me. We had a little seat in between us last night, but I had him next to me. I did the jump, wake up a few times, and then I figured it's worth just staying up so I don't punch my partner again.
Yeah, that's tough.
Do you have a fear like you're falling? Ever wake up like you think you're falling?
Yes, absolutely. I've got that one. I also still have the recurring dream still, and this isn't just a plain one, that I'm late for a game. Like I can't get my cleats on, or I can't. And now I know that I've transitioned into a new job where I have this feeling that I can't find like my earpiece to get ready for a game now. The fear just never ends. Being late is my biggest fear in the world.
Do you ever have the dream where the Cardinals will give up 18 runs on national TV?
No. Your transition was amazing. And I don't know if I would call that a dream as much as watching a bit of a nightmare inning or 9 unfold. That wasn't exactly the way that was planned out for sure, and it's amazing how quickly, especially in the beginning of a season, you sweep a team, you go 3-0, you feel great, and then you get swept in Boston, and then it doesn't feel so good. So it was one, I mean, you look at the doubleheader day, and we know, first of all, on Friday, it's tough to overcome when you give up 5 in the first. And Eric Fetty had a rough outing for him after a very good one his first time out. And the Cardinals battled back, which is great. You love seeing that, but ultimately you lose that game. The first game of the doubleheader after the rain on Saturday was exactly the blueprint that you want. You were able to hand over a game to your closer with a 2-run lead. He had a bad game. He walked 4. You lose that one. That stinks. That one hurts really bad. But it was your blueprint. And then you got blown out of the water in game number 2. And it's tough to overcome that. So Miles Michaelis scuffled. He's when you look at his outings over the years, when he's not good, he's not good. And you have those blow-up outings. And unfortunately, there was no overcoming that one.
I was surprised they didn't take him out after the second inning. You had Graceffo there for the long relief or to kind of give innings, even if he was going to get lit up. I just felt like Michaelis, you'd seen enough. When do they decide? I know they're trying to push Michaelis as far as they can, but I felt like 6 runs, you could potentially still come back and win it, and then it just went way off the rails in the third.
Yeah, but you're already short, right? You're already short in that bullpen. You're already down guys. You've had extra inning games, 3 of them in the last, 4 or 5 games. So you're already short, so you need to be able to push him as far as you can. So 2 innings out of your starter, not like 2 2/3 was that much better for you, but you also didn't know how much Graceffo was going to be able to give you. So it is really that that risk reward. I mean, I personally, I would try to push him a little bit further too, to be able to get it out. I understand if you only want to go two with him. And look, Graceffo struggled as well. He did what he could do. He gave you 3 innings, also gave up 7. It was just one of those days where they were hitting a little bit of everything. But at the end of the day, if you're like, the nitpicking of, and I get it, like that's the fan part of it, but the nitpicking of like, hey, you took your starting pitcher out, you should have done it after 2 when it could have been 3. Your starter gave up 9, so like or it would have been 6 or 7. Like, at the end of the day, like the job wasn't done.
Well, I just felt like it was obvious he had nothing, and I felt like if you don't take him out, it's just going to get worse. Now, granted, I can say that now because it did in fact happen, and I thought, well, Graceffo's here to go 3, 4, 5 innings or whatever. That's his job, and he might have to eat it, which he did for a little bit. It doesn't really matter big picture, but I just felt like on certain nights you're watching, you're like, that guy's done. He's just, you can bring him out for another inning, but he's going to get lit up again.
Yeah, same conversation, right? Exactly. It happens. You're going to have days like that. But when you're managing for 162, and it's not my job, so I don't have to do it. But you also have to figure out ways to get people through games, through seasons, not wear out your bullpen, because you don't have an off day again until Thursday. Really, I mean, right now they're very short in their pen. It's going to be interesting to see how they move forward with it. I don't disagree with you at all that he didn't have an answer for anything. Miles Mikolas is not a swing and miss guy. When he is when he gives up contact, when that contact's on the barrel, it's trouble. Like if he's moving people off the barrel, which he was not in that one, Martin, for sure, then it might end up being a long one. But it's at the end of the day, you just didn't pitch well enough in general.
Brad Thompson with us on TMA every Monday, and he is talking it over with us from Pittsburgh, where the Cardinals will take on the Pirates for the next 3. A lot of the equity the Cardinals had built up after the first 2 series at home, I feel like has dissipated pretty quickly with how badly it went in Boston. A couple of things that I want to get your perspective on. You would have to imagine that Wilson Contreras is going to get it going at some point, but where he is right now is certainly a concern, especially for where he is positioned in the lineup. What are you observing as far as his struggles to start the season, Brad?
Yeah, I think one of the biggest things that stands out with him is he's having a tough time picking up spin. Like any breaking balls, like his swings are just off, right? And even just off-speed changeups. Anything with a change of speed, he seems be a little bit off. And when you have a track record like his, he's been a slugger since coming into the league, you're going to feed him a ton of that until he ends up making that adjustment. So I think we saw a couple of at-bats where he stayed back. He had that RBI single 2 nights ago up the middle, stayed back on something. But the nice thing right now, and obviously when you lose 3 extra inning games, you'd love all the offensive firepower you can get, although the offense is not even close to the issue right now. They're one of the best in baseball. But it would be nice to have even more cushion with that guy. But the nice thing is right now, top to bottom in the order, they are getting the job done. They are scoring runs, so you can bide a little bit of time to get Contreras going. But, he puts a lot of pride in obviously helping this club. I know he's frustrated. So the big thing is not getting too jumpy, being patient. His hands are fast enough, and I really think that one of the big keys, and this is so much easier said than done, but when you're struggling to pick up that spin is just driving everything. If you're a right-handed hitter, hitting line drives over the second baseman really makes you stay back and recognize the pitch. And I think that he just starts getting back to using that side of the field, which he can use for power also. It'll kind of unlock him a little bit.
On the other side of the coin, Mason Wynn was right there with Contreras to start the season, and he had a big day yesterday. Looks like he's gotten it going, and since the start of the season, Jordan Walker has been hitting well for the Cardinals. What are you seeing from the 2 young players who are able to get it going here in the early portion of the season?
Yeah, for me, Walker has been maybe the most impressive this season, just some of the adjustments and some of the changes that he's been able to make. So we talked last week about with his hands are a little bit closer to his body. He's able to get to the baseball better. He's closed off his front side a little bit. But just his pitch recognition, we've seen him now in the last week draw 2 walks where he started to count 0-2. Last year, there was no chance that he would have been able to do that. Like last year, he was so jumpy with pitches around the strike zone. So when you're watching him and you go back and watch video from last year, a lot of his takes were out on his front foot. Like he was like almost fooled on pitches, even the ones that he take. Now he is still balanced and relaxed and letting the ball travel. So you do have to love what you're seeing from him, because he was one of the guys, and I know the Cardinals have many of them, that they wanted to give innings to. They wanted to give at-bats to and give him 600-plus plate appearances and see what he's gotten. And I think that all that work that he's been putting in the offseason, the approach-wise, his work with Brant Brown, his work on his own, is really come to fruition. And for Mason Wynn, we saw what he could do offensively last season. I know it kind of petered off a little bit at the end of the year last year, and that's that kind of full big league season. You realize what it takes to stay ready for it. But rough spring for him, rough start to the season. I think it was like, 0 for his first 18. But right now, I think that we've seen a little bit more quietness in his approach. Early on, he was pulling off with that front shoulder. His back leg would kick out from him and just trying to do a lot with every swing. I think we're seeing more of that just easy approach for him, barrel to the ball, which served him so well last year.
What did you think of the Red Sox putting the mascot head on the guy after he hits a home run? Do pitchers get upset by that when they go a little over the top with the celebration, or is it anything goes at this point?
Doug, being a guy that gave up a lot of home runs and saw celebrations from pretty close, I was always more mad at myself than mad at what they were doing. I'll be honest, I kind of liked the head. Didn't like how many times that we saw it, but I like the fact that they did. I dig the home run celebration for some reason, which is totally anti-pitcher and old-school baseball. But it kind of falls in the category, if you don't like it, play better. It's like, all right, let's not give that one up. So I'm okay with it. I think that some of these teams have gotten pretty creative over the years. I'm sure there is a line of going too far, and I would think that the opposition will tell you when that line is. But I didn't mind it. What did you guys think about the head?
I don't mind it. I think it's kind of fun.
You enjoy it.
To me, it's all about entertainment. What we're watching is simply entertainment. And if it's entertaining, it's fine.
Wally the Green Monster Head. It does
That's the official name.
Yeah, it seems a little more like a Nickelodeon prank than a big leaguer thing. But I just got called a dingus on the text line, so maybe I shouldn't weigh in.
Well, I've been called worse. I try not to check my Twitter often, but it's the dingus is fine. The whole you are going to scare some people. There are a lot of people that are afraid of mascots, so that might be going to scare some people. That phobia. I don't know what that phobia is called. Maybe you guys know, but other than that, I think everybody's having a good time.
Do you remember the worst thing somebody called you as a player, and some insult you heard from the stands? Anything repeatable?
No, Tony called me so many things. I can't even. Tony.
The manager called him. Hey, dingus, get in here. We're losing by 10.
I can't recall any. There were certain places where they were creative. My first ever place that I pitched on the road was Philadelphia, and that was a bit of a whirlwind getting warm there. All of the things that I was being called, because they have the beer garden, and as you guys know, it's a 2-tiered bullpen, and the visitors are up top. So right under the bar. And when they built the stadium, it actually, because it's a better perspective up top, it's beautiful when you're watching the game. That used to be the home bullpen, but their fans were so passionate, if you will, they were wearing out their own pitchers so much that they switched it to the visitors. And I got called a lot of creative words that I probably shouldn't repeat here if I'd like to return next week.
Oh, gosh. Well, I hope nobody hurts your feelings.
I don't want to get Brad sideways. He's already been spooked by the window washer at 9, 10 a.m. I told these guys, I think Pittsburgh is known for midget wrestling, and I've been corrected. It's called micro wrestling now. I don't want to offend anyone. But have you ever heard that before about Pittsburgh, that there's kind of a thing there?
Well, no, but I will be maybe looking this up afterwards. So they used to have a place here. I think it might have been called Carson's back in the day, and we'll call it Micro Monday if you want to. You go to this bar, and there was a little person that would run around and pour shots for everybody, and it was good, clean fun.
Maybe I've loosely correct.
I remember the governor, Steve Klein, was a very big fan of that particular establishment.
Okay, maybe that's what it was.
Yeah, and he said if the TV and radio thing didn't work out for me, I could replace the guy.
Tim, maybe they're taking
emerge from under the bar. Yeah, so I might see if I can franchise it here in St. Louis, so I don't have to relocate the family to Western Pennsylvania. But it sounds like a great opportunity.
Thing to staff, I wouldn't think.
No, to find people that want to go out and be everybody's butt of the joke, that's not easy.
Brad, enjoy the stay in Pittsburgh. Hopefully the window washers leave you alone, and the Cardinals can get things back on track this week against the Pirates. Always enjoy the conversation, sir. Thanks so much, Brad.
All right, thank you, guys. Talk to you next week.
All right, man. That's Brad Thompson with us on the Callier and Thompson phone lines. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you on the program. We'll take a break. Come back with more TMA 101 ESPN. If you are in the market for windows, I would like to recommend Universal Windows Direct to you. Tax season is here. What better way to reinvest in your home than with brand new energy efficient windows? During Universal Windows Direct's tax time sale, you can save big while making your home more comfortable and energy efficient. Right now, buy 2 windows, get 2 free, and there's no limit. Buy 4, you only pay for 2. Need 20, only pay for 10. It's the perfect opportunity to upgrade your home without breaking the bank. And here's something that'll make your wallet even happier. Pay no interest until 2030. That's right. No interest for the next 6 years, making it easier than ever to afford the quality windows your home needs. But wait, there's more. This month only, Universal Windows Direct is giving you an extra $500 off your home improvement project. It's all Universal Windows Direct. Call 314-334-2522 or visit universalwindowsdirect.com to schedule your free in-home estimate today for the last windows you'll ever need. Go with Universal Windows Direct, and like me, you'll be saying, I love my windows. Wow. Wasn't expecting this right here, right now.
This hit you right in the feels?
Yeah. Peter Cetera. Not Chicago. Peter Cetera.
Just him alone. Huh?
Right.
This was for Karate Kid 2.
Yeah, Uncle Sato.
Right.
And he won Best Supporting Actor, right?
I don't know. Karate Kid was so darn good they had to make it again?
They've made like 100.
Really?
Oh!
Well, they made 3.
Well, so give or take
and
97.
then a remake with Jaden Smith, son of Will, and then Cobra Kai TV show. And then I think they're gearing up to do another Karate Kid remake.
And who's going to star in that one?
We certainly need that.
Not sure.
Manuel Lewis?
No, probably. They'll probably go younger. I have to imagine.
I feel like he would have Pat Morita's cell phone.
Is he still with us?
No, I doubt it, but he would still have a cell phone.
Yeah, it doesn't change the premise.
He died in 2005.
Yeah. But he still has the number.
Yeah, died in 2005 at the age of 73.
We've been joined by Brad Thompson and Chris Kerber on the program today. You miss anything, you can go back and podcast like the Dickens. Schaefer Door Company sponsors the podcast here on TMA. You can watch the program at youtube.com/TMASTL. That's where friends gather and talk it over. 299 are in their Michelob YouTube chat, Michelob Ultra YouTube chat, and they're not happy that we're talking about the Cardinals. This is a Battlehawks town now.
Oh.
Why would people think the baseball team is going to beat anybody when it's literally the same bad team as last year? Doug, that's from the TMA remote lamp.
So we got a 6-month season ahead of us, and we're not allowed to talk about them at all?
TMA
is
remote
that right?
lamp, call in.
Oh, my gosh. Listen to this guy.
Okay, Joe.
Doug, we can talk about the NCAA Tournament Championship game tonight.
Okay.
The results are in, and the NCAA Men's Final Four delivered on Saturday with 2 great games and monster television ratings. The first game of the night between Florida and Auburn saw the Gators advance to the national title. It was the most watched early Final Four game since 2017, averaging 14.6 million viewers. The second game of the night, which featured a late game collapse by Duke, and a championship game appearance for the Houston Cougars, was the most watched game of the entire tournament, averaging 16 million viewers in total. Saturday was the most watched men's Final Four in 8 years, averaging 15.3 million viewers. The viewership peaked at 20.4 million viewers.
And we had a really, I don't know, unexciting tournament leading up to the Final Four. It's nice that we had that Saturday. I'm hoping tonight's what do you call it? A Dandy Gym?
Dandy Gym.
Dandy Gym tonight because, again, the tournament lacks some of those great buzzer
the Final
beaters.
Four was amazing.
Well, that's what I'm saying. No, after the build-up to
Jackson
this,
gets very defensive.
I don't mean to, but it's like
we're saying the same thing.
I know.
I'm saying because the tournament was such a letdown. In terms
but I wouldn't say it was a letdown.
Okay, we didn't have all the fun and games we typically get, the buzzer beaters. It's just because it's basketball, it's allowed to be critiqued.
No, 100%. I couldn't agree more. But just because there's no buzzer beaters, there's only very few buzzer beaters, doesn't mean they're great games.
But that's part of the fun of the tournament. The buzzer beaters, the huge upsets, and we didn't have
the upsets.
that.
That's a fair.
We had chalk, buddy.
There's
for the
no
first time in
doubt.
17 years.
I'm not being defensive.
This guy's 11-1 on the spread zone, and he's about to record his final episode in about an hour. And whatever he picks, I'm betting tonight. Are you? I can't wait to find out what he's picking.
So what I was saying is, isn't it great that we get to the Final Four after a chalky first couple of weeks, and then we get some great basketball, hoop rock, and now hoping the championship game does the same. Do you know what I'm saying there, buddy boy?
No, I get what you're saying. Yes, I think, and I'm not just defending simply because it's basketball. It can absolutely be critiqued. I think because it's not like crazy upsets, people are like, this tournament kind of stays. Like, well, were you watching? The games have been pretty awesome. There might be not a ton of buzzer beaters, but the games have been tight.
But without the buzzer beaters, you don't get a lot of those tight games. Because usually if the game's tight, someone's going to have a shot at the buzzer that might win it or lose it.
Yeah, but then they often have been missing it.
Well, hit the shots, and then we'll have a better tournament.
I don't know. You can't. No one can be pleased anymore. Like you can give them the best thing ever.
I'm not like sideways.
No, and I'm not saying you in general, but it's like no matter what, there's always. It was like the thing, like the one game that was a buzzer beater. All anyone could talk about was that he traveled. Like, come on,
he walked. He took 3 steps.
See, this is why we can't have fun things.
He took 3 steps.
This is why we can't.
Jackson's
have fun
such a cock for the power conferences. That's from Kwame Nvoyukis the fourth.
It's true.
Are you a cuck for the power conferences?
I look down on the mid-majors. Sorry.
I wonder if the Final Four was all number 1 seeds, if that played into the big TV ratings.
Yeah, and their brands, too. For the most part.
Florida's a huge state, so I'm sure everyone there was watching. And Houston, enormous TV market. I'm sure they brought in a lot of people.
Outside of Duke, not blue bloods, but certainly recognizable coaches.
Duke is a national program.
Love them or hate them. Mm-hmm. More hate.
Auburn, maybe not.
Although I feel like, and maybe I'm off, that the John Shire-led Duke, especially this team in particular, doesn't have the same Duke hate that it once was in the heyday of Mike Krzyzewski. Like, I think the Worms turning a little bit on. Maybe it's because the ACC was so down this year and you didn't really see much of them.
Are Duke fans in general, can they get banty because they have had so much winning, but has the John Shire, we got the right guy, like some of them now like, oh man, this guy, after one bad game?
I don't know. It's a good question.
That was good. Thank you.
This tourney sucked ass. Oh. It's from the 3-1-4. The whole tournament sucked until the Final Four. That's from MD 2020. And then Chairman Steve in Wildwood and Doug, he won the Listener of the Year in 2023, says, I wish this pale effer put as much into the team that the radio station broadcast. That's from Chairman Steve.
It's a fair criticism. It's a very fair criticism.
Yeah.
This tournament hasn't sucked. That's just an awful take. It's been great. It just hasn't been like the crazy upsets and stuff like that, but that doesn't, just because you don't have that doesn't mean it's a bad tournament. It's been great action. Incredible play, up and down. And we saw the four best teams.
What about Mizzou's play?
Awful.
Oh.
Awful.
Okay.
Awful.
How about SAU Edwardsville?
They lost the game before they even took the 4.
But if Houston wins tonight, the Cougars can say we got bounced by the eventual. We ran into the eventual. What do you want me to do? We played the national champions.
Very fair.
Libby Jack wishes Angel Reese was playing tonight. That's from Eric in the Central Stand. Angel Reese. Is that what you wish Angel Reese was playing this evening?
Her brother was on Maryland. Yeah. Her brother was played for Maryland.
Oh, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Good player.
Well, so who are you picking tonight?
Tune into the Spread Zone.
This guy's on. He's 11-1, and the only game that he didn't win was Houston-Purdue, and Houston nearly covered that one. I mean, this guy, Doug, I don't know what to tell you. You might not like his opinions when it comes to college basketball, but he's got a 12-game track record that tells you he's going to get you paid.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm telling you.
Yeah, I've been riding for this whole tournament. It's tough to pick against him tonight. This is really tough to pick against him
Mizzou
tonight.
beat Florida.
99% of the guys who are into this college basketball get pegged like Rockio?
I don't
That's
know.
From Chairman Stephen Wild.
I just don't think that's fair.
I don't think it is either, Doug.
Especially to Rockio.
Is that correct? Is there data to back that up? Does he have a Gallup poll or something?
I don't think so.
Who would put out that poll? Like
Gallup?
They do a comeback from a commercial break, and they're like, text in this poll. Do you get pegged?
Piddles, don't worry about these haters. They didn't even care to know about what the Blues were doing before this 12-game win streak. Now all of a sudden they're so interested. That's from Continental Courtney.
Oh, I like the name. I wouldn't say that. I think people are locked in on the Blues, and rightfully so. The team's rather hot, and they might win a baby. But I've been really enjoying the ball, and there's more ball to come. NBA playoffs start in like a week or two.
The gentleman who's unhappy with the Billikens and Chris Kerber about the Frozen Four says Frozen Four going to be better than this basketball. And then he uses profanity, Doug, BS.
Oh, there's just no possible you could watch those two games on Saturday and not be entirely satisfied with your viewing experience. I cannot figure out how that could be possible. Both games were outstanding. Came down to the wire. Great play on both ends. But, stick to your talking points.
Oh, gosh. Well, I think Houston will give the Gators trouble. If they slap that pressure defense on Florida like they did at the end of the game against Duke, I don't think Florida can handle that. They got too many tall, really 7-foot guys. Unless the ball's in Walter Clayton Jr.'s hands all the time, I think Florida's going to have trouble with that. Florida's not great with the free throws late in the game, except for Clayton Jr., where the rules don't really apply to him. He looks like Steph Curry out there running around.
He's balling. He's on a generational type run of the last 10 games or so, especially the tournament. Improved precipitously.
Yeah, where was it I mean, is he a first round, a high first round pick? And where was he 2 months
that number's,
ago?
That height still says 6'2", and that's just not where.
But he was a first team All American
for sure. There's a lot. I mean, so is a lot of guys who don't end up being. It's just the different style of game in the pros.
The NBA's dying. The players are even sick of it. Baseball's on its way to another strike. Football and hockey are about to stand alone at the top in America. That's from KG's Big Dong in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat.
Boy, that would make a lot of sense if you were silly.
That would make a lot of sense if you were silly.
I wanted to use a different word there, but I'm trying to be nicer. Seeing Bleacher Report
is that kind of a Kendrick nicer?
Yeah, it did have a little K dot. I caught that.
Not intentionally. Not intentionally, but I'm trying to see where they're projecting Walter Clayton Jr. And they're just not seeing.
You got to do this. Hold on, watch this, Doug.
And it really doesn't require an answer. It's just his stock's up.
Well, I'm kind of curious myself.
I'll tell you about Dr. Brandon Pryor at 100 West Dental, so you can look that up, because Dr. Brandon Pryor, here's the deal with Dr. Brandon Pryor. He built brand new offices right there in Baldwin off of Manchester so he could give his patients the absolute best and newest technology when it comes to their dental experience. Online at 100westdental.com. You can just go into the website and schedule an appointment. No phone call is needed. If you don't have dental insurance, that's not a problem. The membership plan at 100 West Dental aids in the cost of dental work for those who don't have dental insurance. They have a big offer going on that if you mention my name, you get $1,000 off Invisalign at 100westdental.com or call 636-585-0100. It's 100westdental.com. That's Dr. Brandon Pryor. Do not make the mistake of separating dental health from your overall health. Poor dental health can lead to poor overall health. Get it checked up with Dr. Brandon Pryor of 100westdental.com and use my name to get $1,000 off Invisalign.
Seeing very late first round for Mr. Clayton Jr. Although some as high as 19 to Brian Bartos, Detroit Pistons.
That's pretty good.
Yeah, for a 6'2" guard.
Stephen A. Did he compare? Was that who he compared to Wade Cunningham? And everybody was just killing Stephen A.
Is that right? Is that like Vitale?
They pointed out that it's not a typo because the W and the C are not next to each other. Like it wasn't an accidental.
Oh, yeah.
And they're saying he may have thought the gentleman's name was Wade Cunningham instead of Cade.
I don't think so.
Cunningham.
For as much as, you can give Stephen A. all the trouble you can give, he follows the NBA closely.
Okay.
Doug, the Cardinals' opponents, the Pirates. Right. However, Pittsburgh, major criticism right now for a move that has nothing to do with their on-the-field product. Mm-hmm. And we'll tell you what that is coming up next. It's the 10 o'clock hour, and it's coming up next year on TMA, brought to you by Brown & Crouppen and 101 ESPN.
This is Action Jackson with a SportsCenter update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. The Lakers defeat the Thunder last night, 126-99. Luka Doncic with 30.7 rebounds and 6 assists. That was another SportsCenter update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
How about that? There's some rhyming going on this one.
First time I've heard.
Look at that. It's TMA 101 ESPN, 10 o'clock hour here. And Doug, the Cardinals will be taking on the Pirates this evening. However, they're not happy in Pittsburgh. I don't know what the hell happened here, but I want to give you what the background of the story is, and then discuss it with you. The Pirates played their first home games of the 25 season over the weekend, hosting the Yankees. They got worked over. That's to be expected. But what's got people talking in Pittsburgh is the quote disrespect of legend Roberto Clemente fueled further negativity among the fan base. The right field wall at PNC Park is dedicated to the former player who was tragically killed while doing humanitarian work. Clemente's list of on-field accomplishments lengthy. He's one of 33 players to record 3,000 hits. He helped the Pirates win the World Series in 1960 and 1971. He was named MVP in 1966. Was an All-Star 12 times, Gold Glove winner 12 times. To pay respect to Roberto Clemente, Pittsburgh designed a 21-foot wall at their home park. There had previously been an honorary logo next to the foul pole. This weekend, it was gone. Instead, an advertisement for Surfside Seltzers took its place.
Oh, ouch.
The organization was hit with immediate backlash, including a response from Roberto Clemente Jr. Management defended its decision amidst the criticism, quote, Roberto Clemente is more than a Hall of Fame player to us, said Senior VP of Communications Brian Warecki. His legacy helps define who we are as an organization. One would be hard-pressed to find a franchise that pays tributes to one of its historically great players more than the Pirates do of Clemente. The 21-foot-high wall that officially bears his name continues to and will forever display his number 21 in 2 separate locations. The temporary wall design in question was put in place prior to the 2022 season and was never meant to be a permanent tribute. We apologize that we did not directly communicate that fact to the Clemente family and our fans. Now, surprisingly, the response to the apology on social media didn't quiet the complaints.
No, it never does.
Rather than apologize for making the switch without communicating their intentions, they doubled down on their decision. The off-field distraction overshadowed the team's opening weekend at PNC Park. The Pirates and Clemente's family continue to communicate. So we'll see what we got tonight when the Cardinals are there in front of 7,000 to 8,000 people.
Well, how hard would it be to take the drink advertisement down, move it someplace else, and put the Clemente back up?
Well, I would imagine that the real estate may be sold otherwise, and in other parts of the ballpark would not garner as much revenue. That would be my guess.
Like, yeah, if it's a big wall out there, I think there'd be room for both.
And teams sacrifice wall space, a.k.a. advertisement space, all this. I mean, the Cardinals, look at all of left field is covered up by, the Cardinal Hall of Fame, or the retired numbers.
The Pirates beat writer is texting in. How about that? Just says Pirates beat writer. Jackson, is that somebody you entered?
Sure.
No.
Okay. So what? They took advertising money, moved the Clemente logo. That's from the Pirates beat writer.
Okay.
Well, that was probably the conversation they had in the Pittsburgh front office.
It should be in right field, though, as he was a right fielder.
Yes, he was. This would kind of be like covering up a tribute to Stan Musial with a beer sign wouldn't go over well.
No.
Shouldn't be talking about it. Should be nothing but Blues and Masters talk all week. Cardinals talk is now being banned in St. Louis.
And also Pittsburgh Pirate chatter.
Players don't ask to be overpaid, and I say
No, they don't. We're just here chopping it up.
they love the fans, not money.
Yes.
Well, you can call in with your thoughts on only talking Blues and Masters this week. I mean, I'm fine with it. I don't know how many people who sent that in. Ichiro's American Hits.
Francesa had a beef with that.
That's all right. No, just the 314. But you can call in the Collier and Thompson phone lines. Doug, you know the number. It's 314-974-0101. And you know something about Collier and Thompson.
I do. I know a lot about them. And you should, too, if you want to make your house look better. This is your go-to source for every design consideration. Maybe you're tired of the same old kitchen, but you don't have it in the budget right now to have an entirely new kitchen. Give my friends at Collier and Thompson a call. The number of partial kitchen remodels they're doing increases every year. And with high-quality appliance such as Bosch and Thermador and Wolf and Sub-Zero, you can see why. You just replace an appliance or two and you feel like you got a new kitchen. And that's more and more what they are doing at Collier and Thompson. Not just kitchens, they also do bathrooms, basements, wine rooms, man caves, bars, accent rooms, fireplace walls. You name it, you throw anything at them, and they will come up with a great design to make your house look like a showplace. Most everything in Collier and Thompson does is right there in-house. It's a one-stop shop. You don't need to go to several different places for one room remodel. Countertops, appliances, lighting, flooring, hardware, plumbing, you name it, it is all right there in-house. And maybe most importantly, this is a company you can trust. They've been in business since the 1950s. Their employees have more than 165 years of combined experience. They've been around the block. They've made many, many houses in St. Louis look fantastic, and they can do it for you as well. You're saying, okay, where is it? Well, it's on Manchester Road in Baldwin, next to Uncle Bill's Pancake House. Come home to quality online at collierandthompson.com.
Why are you talking about golf?
Stop yelling at us.
The damn thing doesn't start for a few days. You people are worse than the rash that I have on my third leg. That's from Chairman's pocket partner.
Gosh.
Better to be lucky than good. That's the St. Louis Blues.
Why are you not talking about Ovi breaking Gretzky's record? Jackson, you did talk about it. That was a pretty good breakdown you had in the 7 o'clock hour, too.
I thought so. You know, he scored, and they did a belly slide. Crowd pop is pretty cool. I like a nice crowd pop.
Do you?
99 was on hand.
99 was there. It was cool. Very cool. It was a culmination of one of the greatest players to ever live, eclipsing a goal record set by the greatest player to ever live. Pretty special moment on Saturday. Or the Sunday. I don't know. I wasn't watching.
Did you change my name? If not, today is the day to get that done. Also, who will have more fans in attendance this Sunday? The Battlehawks or the Cardinals? That's from the 314.
That was like, in combination, one of the worst texts I've ever seen.
He's demanding a name change. He didn't provide a name.
I scrolled up and found it. I'll change your name, but not because I want to.
This is a Battlehawks town now. Stop talking about our second division ball club. Doug, what is safe to be talked about?
A second division ball club. I always like that term. That goes way back.
We cannot talk about the Cardinals. We cannot talk about the Masters.
No.
We can talk about the Battlehawks, and we can talk about the Blues.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Doug, those are the safe topics.
Okay.
Now you know. You are welcome to email in about the Battlehawks or Blues, but not the Cardinals or the Masters. The morning after at InsideSTL.com for our design, air, heating, and cooling email today that comes your way at 10:45. This is TMA, and it's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. I think tomorrow is the last day you're going to see highs in the 50s, Doug, until I would say October, and maybe late October at that. So now it's time to get the outdoor living space taken care of and do so with Dan and his team at Aesthetic Design and Build. They have been building high-quality custom decks and outdoor living spaces now for over 30 years. They have a showroom in Chesterfield Valley. I've checked it out. They walked me through all the different types of custom work they're capable of doing. They really do wonderful work with full-on custom decks. They also can add on a pergola for you. If you're looking to shade your covered patio, they can do that with a retractable screen. The best thing is they really do have answers for it all. And you can see what they do for you at aestheticdesignandbuild.com or give them a call. It's 636-532-5008. It's Aesthetic Design and Build, that custom deck work, aestheticdesignandbuild.com. My nurse. 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 You like this, Jim?
Yeah, this is kind of happy and fun.
Reference to the Avalanche announcer.
Yeah, so at the conclusion of the Blues and Avalanche game, we have that audio now. The Colorado broadcaster, Connor McGahey, was not happy as we played some of his audio earlier during the call. The Blues win on Saturday. And here is what it sounded like when the final horn sounded at Enterprise Center.
The Blues squeak one out. And in the process...
Doug,
man, that was a rough edit. I fell off my stool.
And in the process, set a new franchise record with a 12-game win streak. Better to be lucky than good. That's the St. Louis Blues. They beat the Colorado Avalanche by a final score of 5-4.
This guy.
Oh, you know, there's a phenomenon, Doug, in our industry. Well, there's multiple, really. Number one, people continue to major in it. But number two, fans getting opportunities to cover teams. Mm-hmm. And I think we might have that situation here with this, lifelong, is it Denverite? Denverite, is that it?
I probably.
Denversonian? Denversian.
A Denversian.
Because we've gotten a number of texts from listeners who say that he is considered to be one of the worst play-by-play guys in the NHL. But it's rather petty. I mean, the team's won 12 straight.
They took a 4-0 lead in this game. It's not exactly lucky to do that.
Squeak one out, though.
And he said he cannot wait. I don't know. I know that the audio that you pulled earlier was lengthy, but he said he can't wait to watch the Blues lose in the Stanley Cup playoffs.
Gosh, yeah.
Block him.
Can't wait to watch their luck dry up.
Right, Roof Daddy!
What about this?
This guy's better.
Get the shingles out. We need to replace them as he went upstairs, and there's a hole. Fix it before the rain comes. Woo!
See, he's much better.
Yeah. That's a pro's pro right there.
Yeah, I don't know why you don't necessarily want to trash other teams. That doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me.
Media says watch out for Rask.
I can see being upset that your team didn't win, but I don't think you ought to trash the other team because they did win.
As a St. Louisan living in Denver, I can confirm that Avs fans are the absolute worst of all Denver fans, and they hate us. It's a wild phenomenon. That's from Jimbo Fisher's Golden Parachute. Avalanche fans have a thing with the Blues?
Hate the Blues?
I didn't know that.
I didn't either.
I don't really know who their rival would be. I mean, they had the thing with the wingy when both were in the same conference. Some great battles in the 90s, early aughts.
We have a right to hate them because the Kroenke family owns the team. And Kadri was on Colorado, right, when he crashed into Bennington. We have a right to hate them. I don't know how the hate would come in the other direction necessarily.
Guys, he's paid by Kroenke. It's from the 636. Doug, you think that's what it's about?
Could be. So he's lost his soul.
A Denver local is called a douchebag who only drinks IPAs and wears flannels and beanies 90% of the time. That's from Mongo. Is that what it is?
Sounds pretty good.
Could be.
I looked it up. Denverite.
Nice.
Okay. That makes sense.
The team's owned by Stan. Don't they hate all things in St. Louis?
Probably.
636.
Probably do. But the fan base wouldn't.
Bronco fans aren't going to be happy when our Bengals come home and start whooping them up.
No, they won't be.
If the Blues end up facing the Avs in the playoffs, the Blues players need to know about these comments. That's in the 217. Doug, can you imagine if we bring that to the attention of Robert Thomas on Friday?
Well, they've probably heard it and probably don't care much.
Bow!
Be my guess.
Bow!
The lucky part, you're right, because they did take a 4-0. It's really tough to say lucky when you're just kind of scoring at will. I don't know. Again, I don't know much about hockey.
Well, there wasn't really a lucky goal anywhere in there.
What about Robert Thomas hitting the post on empty net?
It hit the post and then it went in. Like 50% of the other goals that go in.
It's like being mad the ball hits the rim and then goes in.
Seriously, no talk about the Lamar Jackson Dale Earnhardt Jr. debate? That's from the Gerbil.
What, is that like the greatest number 8s? I'm not doing that. I just saw Orlovsky in April 7th talking about will the Cowboys be better or worse than last year. That's the same. That's the same conversation as who's the greatest number 8 of all time. If that's the debate, if it's not, then I apologize.
That is a great nickname for Ovechkin, the Great 8. That's a fantastic nickname.
Oh yeah, he probably is the greatest number 8 of all time. Well, now here I am doing it. Damn it!
Gosh,
now you're in.
Sam Bradford,
Yogi Berra.
Yeah, here we are doing it.
We got sucked into it.
I think they're in a trademark dispute. Yeah. I think that's what it is. I didn't even bother to look it up. Yeah, I guess the number 8 logo. I feel like a number might be like safe. Outside of like 23 for Jordan, he's obviously cornered that. But outside of that, like numbers and 99. Other than that, numbers should be kind of fair game.
Well, you would think.
Doug, Missouri transfer news. Drew Pine is headed to Bowling Green.
I saw that.
Oh, to follow Connor Bazelak went to Bowling Green.
Drew Pine, Bowling Green.
I thought Bazelak went to Indiana.
He went to Indiana first, then Bowling Green.
Oh.
I think he's coming back for like his 13th year this year.
Yeah, it feels like it. He's on the Gibson Jimerson plan.
Feels like Pine's played a decent amount of football in his career as well.
He's bounced around a little bit as well.
Mm-hmm.
All right, we have the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day coming up. That's at 10:45. The program's called The Morning After. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN.
rise, keep your head on a swivel, heading for the top, not the middle. People might think I'm crazy, but if we just get hot, we can win this, baby.
Doug, Blues now plus 3,300 to win the Stanley Cup. 99% to make the playoffs per money puck.
I got them at 99.5% to make the playoffs.
You've been on this team for a month. Plus.
They would almost have to lose every game they've got left, lose the last 4. And Calgary would have to probably run the table on the other end. Anything less than that probably wouldn't work.
Talk about the Masters now! It's your moistest aloo.
Love the Masters.
Masters now. Boy, this Masters. Boy, the grass sure is green there. The Masters. They sure got some flowers and Georgia pines. Whoever hits the ball straightest and sinks the putt, they're likely to be in contention.
I don't mind that.
Mm-hmm.
Jackson, I'm going to tell people about James Carlton, who I think could win the Masters if he would be able to play. But
I don't know.
The Masters of Insurance.
Masters of Insurance, he would win. James Carlton's my insurance agent. 419 5-star reviews for James Carlton. When you go online at Google, he's been my insurance agent for 6 years. His number is 314-961-4800. Or go online at carltoninsurance.net. You call there right now, and you are going to talk to a live person right here in the St. Louis area working for James Carlton. And you have nothing to lose. There's a good chance your insurance went up year over year. Well, why not make the call and see if they can save you money? There's a very good chance they can. And if you make the switch, they'll do all the paperwork for you. It's James Carlton of the Carlton State Farm Insurance Agency, online at carltoninsurance.net. If your insurance costs a leg and an arm, call James Carlton, State Farm. Mad Dog is not happy. And what is he not happy about?
He was complaining about Stephen A. Smith. This was on Mad Dog's radio show on Sirius XM, not First Take, where Mad Dog often appears with Stephen A. Smith, but he was critical of Stephen A. Smith's list of all-time greatest Knicks, and this is what it sounded like.
And I love Stephen A., but here's another thing that drove me crazy, and I wish I was on and could fight with him on. You can't put Carmelo Anthony as the third greatest Knick of all time. I mean, are you kidding me? As he forgot about Dave DeBusschere, who won 2 championships. I mean, Carmelo Anthony is not a patch on DeBusschere's rear end as far as the Knick fan is concerned. I mean, plus you got to forget about, you don't forget about Earl Monroe, and don't forget about Richie Guerin way back when, Dick McGuire, I mean, Carl Braun. Geez, I mean, it is not Carmelo Anthony, who didn't win diddly as a Knick, but you may continue. Go ahead.
And to any fan, I'm sure they put Pat Ewing before Carmelo Anthony.
Well, absolutely. Absolutely.
Mm-hmm. And Walt Frazier would have to be up there, in my opinion.
Sure. Be way up
Bernard
there.
King had some huge years for the Knicks, too, right?
But Carmelo's 10th all-time scoring, so.
Why are people in this town so angry? That's from Man Love. I just like hearing Tim talk about anything.
Okay.
636.
Stop it.
I'm heading to Augusta on Friday. It should be a dandy. That's from the self-made stay-at-home Ledoux mom. Gosh, I wonder if she's flying out of Spirit, I guess.
I don't know.
That monogramming business. Wonder if they would ever go public and do an IPO. Would you invest in her?
Oh, absolutely.
Single-handedly save stock market in this country.
Because everyone's wearing clothes that have their monograms on them these days.
And how are you going to keep, what, you think suspenders are going to make a comeback?
No, I don't think so.
It's needle point or bust.
You got to win a lottery to get tickets to the Masters, right?
It's the only thing at this point. I guess maybe a World Cup game.
Yeah, which is coming.
With the United States.
Yeah.
That I would make sure I leave my basement to go view.
Oh,
I've
yeah.
been lucky enough to be at everything at this point that I would like to see. The Masters would be it. That's it.
Yeah. And yeah, to like actually purchase from Augusta, you have to be in the lottery, but, you know, third party. You can buy them from someone else for a heavy,
I imagine,
heavy premium.
Is that right?
Yeah, I think the tickets themselves from Augusta are actually reasonable. Like the price of the ticket itself is just so hard to get it, and then if you want to purchase it from a person, they're gonna charge you. And I think it's really hard to get hotels in the Augusta area. Augusta is not a very big town.
No,
not necessarily the nicest town either.
Recovering Alcoholic had that raffle for that benefit with Masters tickets on the line. I never did hear who won that.
He sure did have that raffle, though, KG.
We just started needlepoint loafers. Do you need any for Plow Pirate's wedding for any of the groomed persons? Doug, that's from the self-made, stay-at-home Leduma needlepoint loafers. Is that something that you're interested in?
I would wear that, yeah. Sounds very nice.
Comfortable.
Well, I don't know. It would kind of give with
like
your foot.
Like a crocheted shoe?
Sure, absolutely.
I don't know.
Hey, Jackson, you're an outlier. No one in the Lou cares about basketball when the greatest quest for a trophy is about to begin. Let's go Blues, Jackson! That's from FedEx Brian. I'm losing my voice with all the yelling today.
Yeah, well, these people are typing in caps.
Something to notice. Just because I like hoops doesn't mean that your love of the Blues needs to be diminished at all.
Hold on a second. I don't follow.
Yeah, say that again.
Like, I can like basketball along with most of the country, and then also.
Now, hold on right there. Did you catch that, Doug?
I did.
Did you catch it? It was just a little. It was a throwaway line, but you got to be paying attention to this guy.
Well, just remember, I'm in the majority here of people and their viewing habits, not the other way around. But that doesn't mean that your enjoyment of the Blues needs to be diminished at all, like at all. In fact, we've spent probably the majority of the program talking Blues and Cardinals. So
you're fed up with some of these people?
I mean, send your complaints to someone else. Honestly, you know, and get your text names in now, because in 19 minutes it ain't happening until the next month.
Why would that be a big thing to somebody? Oh my God, I don't have my text name in for another month.
I don't know. I can't.
But yet
I've done a lot, like probably 100 over the last week.
Okay, that's enough. You don't have to do any more than that.
Most of the country doesn't like the NBA. Get out of here with that. That's from Angry Dan.
Sports fans do. Numbers and contracts would align with that.
Guys, Battlehawks fans are getting very close to the guy playing with himself at the orgy territory. Like, that's great. You're into it, buddy, but no one else cares. Doug, that's from Buzz.
Okay. Oh, there's a lot of them that care.
Was that from a column this morning or something?
I'm not paying attention.
I don't know.
Battlehawks fans are like guys playing with themselves in an orgy. It's like, hey, it's great that you're into that, but nobody else cares. That's what they have 32,000 people. That's 32,000 guys at the orgy, Doug, over there in the corner.
That's a lot of people. They're still doing well with it at the ticket office.
I'd like my name to be Stalter's Throwing Arm. That's from the 314. Jackson, are you going to change it? I mean, I got 15 minutes.
Yeah, I mean, I don't see a problem with that.
I was in a trivia night on Saturday night with Anthony Stalter, Marshy Marsh and the Playful Posse, and Kerry Davis. And I brought my wife, Kerry brought his lovely significant other. And Doug, it was the hardest sports trivia night that I have ever participated in.
Yeah.
I believe Stalter and Marshy Marsh are going to detail some of the questions at the opening of the Fast Lane today.
Like impossible?
Well, just I would say some older questions, I suppose, would be the best way. But if you knew those, I'd tip my cap because, 1982 and after, I've been claimed to be infallible.
Oh, have you?
But before 1982, I just got nothing for you, and everything was, not everything, but a lot of the things were pre-1982, and...
Kind of depends on who's writing the questions.
I don't know, but I tip my cap. It put the man to the test. That's what I know.
No. Well, did you win? Did your team win?
No.
Oh, gosh, sorry.
Anybody storm the stage to protest anything?
There was a guy who I recall yelling, "Bull ass!" Screaming. It was a tough scene. It's a tough scene for the 101 ESPN table. Marshy Marsh, Kerry Davis, and Anthony Stalter will detail it coming up on the Fast Lane at 2 p.m. But a wonderful evening, nonetheless. Just the trivia questions put us to the test.
Yeah, it's still fun to go and eat and talk and chatter and drink a little bit.
Yeah, we were watching the Final Four there, and the Blues game for that matter. Yeah, absolutely. All right, we got the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day coming up here in a matter of moments. If you are feeling sluggish, that can be low testosterone, and mentality can help you out if you are dealing with it. If you're working out quite a bit but not noticing putting on muscle, if you're putting on belly fat in particular, if your libido is down, these are all symptoms of low testosterone. Well, Mentality is a local healthcare facility that specializes in helping men feel and perform at their very best, and they focus on free testosterone levels, which many doctors overlook, ensuring your treatment's tailored to your body. It's Mentality. Don't let low testosterone hold you back. Be your best for yourself and your family. Men today have 30% less testosterone. Take back your numbers. Visit mentalityhealth.com/radio to get access. Design Air Heating and Cooling email today next. This is TMA 101 ESPN.
Caw. You hear that, Battlehawks fans? Another victory for the Battlehawks yesterday, and you can be a winner when you go to Lee's Famous Recipe Chicken. Football is back at the Dome for the 2025 season, and Lee's Famous Recipe Chicken wants you to be a part of it. That's why the new Battlehawks box will get you 4 of Lee's famous hand-breaded chicken strips, an order of potato wedges, and 2 dipping sauces. If you haven't been to Lee's in a while, we got 15 locations in the St. Louis area, and boy, are they tasty. I really like those potato wedges, dip it in that Chipotle ranch they have on top of the chicken strips. Plus, on top of that, you get a code valid for up to 30% off Battlehawk tickets. That means tickets are starting at just $14 to go watch the Battlehawks. Get game day ready with a Battlehawks box for just $8.99 at any of the 15 St. Louis area Lee's Famous Recipe Chicken locations. And remember that CAW is the law. This is Action Jackson with a Sports Center update. That's brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. The Blues win on Saturday, make that 12 in a row. It's a franchise record, overcoming the franchise record of 11 set in 2019. Blues back in action tonight, taking on the Winnipeg Jets right here on 101 ESPN. That pregame starts at 5:30. The puck drops at 6:30 right here on 101 ESPN. That was another Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, an independent American standard heating and air conditioning dealer.
It's TMA 101 ESPN. Doug had to bolt a little early today, but no big issue. That was a scheduled absence for an appointment. And Chairman Kurt and I, along with Jackson, will vote on the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. Don't you come after Dawson J and his court basketball hoops. Not after the big viewership weekend. Not with his gambling heater. 11-1 is made. Joe Boot take note during his morning skate speech. Whatever you can afford to wager, just triple it and reach out to Tim's high school bookie. It is advice as solid as the time my dad placed his hand on my shoulder and told me that nothing makes his as Randy as hearing Tim say full stop. That's from Shooter McGavin, the vice president of Martin's Daily Belly Slide on his way to onboarding.
Like Ovechkin.
Last week you mentioned a new reality show, but left out one key participant. Will Jody, the retired Hubbard receptionist, be joining the Real Housewives of TMA? She seemed like a real spitfire the few times I met her. Jody reminded me of Janine Melnitz, the sassy secretary from Ghostbusters. She wore her eyeglasses on a chain so she wouldn't lose her spectacles in case things got rough. And I guarantee she would have had the brains to pull Helsley after he walked the bases loaded. Who, me? No, I don't have a crush on fictional character Janine Melnitz and her oversized glasses. I definitely don't get aroused when she perched those oversized frames on the tip of her nose like a disappointed stepdad. I mean, she's kind of cute, but that movie came out in 1985. Besides, my heart belongs to KMOV's Doug Vaughn because he knows how to satisfy all of my erogenous zones. For please, the JV golf coach now moaning.
JV golf coach.
And Tim, more like perfect. Am I right? But this email is about the first time I saw a guy give another guy his grade 8. We were all over my buddy Stinky's house. Stinky's dad was long-limbed, 6'8", weighed about $120, pair of old overalls. 6'8", $120.
Oh my God! You would be able to stand.
Had a string being an Aikman thing going on. Next thing we all know, my buddy Butchie slides behind him on the couch. He went all salt and pepper on him. Get up on this. Mr. Clausen didn't hesitate, backing up, as Butchie did to reach and hold on. All the other PTO dads yelled in unison, "Push it real good." And boy, did he ever. That's from Bruce. He has a middle name, initial D, and then the last name is Lips.
I don't like the name Mr. Clausen. It sounds all too real. Does it make it?
Well, what makes you think it's not?
I don't know, but Mr. Clausen, I don't know. It gives me the willies.
That's what we have for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today. Chairman Kerber, what you got?
Oh, God. JV golf coach by default.
Who's the last emailer there, Tim?
Bruce, then the middle initial D, and then the last name is Lips, and that's 2 P's on the lips.
Mr. Lips, I'm going to give it to him for the 6'8", 120 build.
Congratulations to the JV golf coach. You have won the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. BK and Ferrario are coming up next. And then the Fast Lane from 2 to 5:30 because the Blues pregame show here on 101 ESPN gets underway at 5:30 with the puck drop at 6:30. Blues and Jets. Is it a playoff preview? Well, a win tonight for the Blues would go a long way in making sure that it is not. Blues and Jets tonight, Blues and Oil on Wednesday, Cardinals and Pirates tonight as well. For Jackson Burkett, for Chairman Kurt, for Martin Kilcoyne, for my brother Kevin, for Douglas Sullivan Vaughn, I'm Tim McKernan. This has been TMA, presented to you by Brown & Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel.